Just act on your spicy instinct.
Hello, everyone. I am Danny Fernandez.
Hey, I'm Karma, aka the Blurred Girl. What's up?
And we are so excited to be here for Skybound Xpo 2, fueled by Nongshim Shin Noodle Soup, which we have right here. Perfect for binging and hanging out with us all day today.
It is. And it's actually, listen, this stuff is spicy. My boyfriend's Haitian. He doesn't think it's spicy, but that's a Haitian thing. But this is really the hot stuff. So have some water, stay hydrated, and have some noodles.
I was going to say, you know what else is spicy?
You.
Well, yes, but I was going to say Omni-Man. I'm like, this is the perfect thing to eat when I'm doing my Invincible rewatch.
Nice.
He is
nice segue. Nice.
He is a spicy daddy. You follow me, you know. Okay, I'm going to keep this family friendly as we do. But yeah, we're really excited today about all of the panels that we have. We're going to be talking to comic book creators. We are going to be looking at some cool art, which is my favorite thing. If you've been on the other expos with me, my whole place is covered in art. And so any artistic things that I can get my hands on that are limited edition from Skybound, I do, including Attack Peter. He will be joining us later. So I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, me too. And I'm really excited about all this Clementine storylines that are coming up. We have a comic that dropped recently, but I know we're going to hear about a new book that's coming, and I'm excited to hear about that. And yes, I'm also an Attack Peter fan. I can't wait. But yes, it's always the goodies the goodies and the little mystery boxes are also always what get me. So yeah, I'm excited.
I know. I'm always like, can I take a peek? I work here. They do not let us see, by the way.
And if it's sold out, we have to fight just like the rest of you to get this.
Yes. Yes. I will track you down on eBay and I will I will get an invincible tote from you. Yeah, I'm so excited about that. And we have, like we said, we have Clementine, we have Skybound Comet, which is really exciting. It's our young reader graphic novels that are going to be coming out, which my niece actually is reading. She's in elementary or starting elementary school.
Aww.
And she's like reading at like a 4th or 5th grade level. It's crazy. I would like to think that I'm part of that genes. Like I would like to think that that's also me, partly me.
But no, it's all you.
Way.
You're the best auntie in the world. My niece is not old enough, but trust me, there's a stack waiting for her. But there's so much that we have to show you today. But before we head into our first thing, we've got goodies.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have things to spend sweet, sweet money on.
Yes. We have a limited edition, speaking of Invincible, Adam Eve box that just dropped. Check that out. And do you see that little QR code, that square in the bottom right corner of the screen? There's only a few hundred of these available for pre-order. So you need to scan that code right now. Like put your phone to the camera feature, put it up to the screen, and get the link so that you can get the last few editions of the Skybound mystery box as well as Adam Eve at that same link. And listen,
I think there's literally only 100 of those.
Really?
So people, yeah, there's literally only
I didn't even know that.
Yep. So like as we're speaking right now, people are buying them. So make sure that you take it all the way through your shopping cart, exit out, make sure that it goes all the way through.
And they're not going to be available after this expo. That's why I was like lamenting, because by the time we're done with this expo, they probably will be gone. So you got to get it as soon as you possibly can. But there's so many products that are coming. What are you most excited for?
Oh, this is the coolest thing ever, y'all. So we have a collectible Invincible tote, and it's actually made, it's made out of the vinyls. So if you saw, you see that billboard right there? If you saw Invincible billboards in your town, city, I know we had some here in LA, they actually used, which I love this because this is recycling, they actually used the vinyl from those billboards to make a tote out of it. So these are really limited edition. There's only so many that we have.
And they're going to be one of a kind, right? Because it's different parts of the vinyl.
I think that's so cool.
It is. It's green. It's cute. I want one. It's also a bag. Like, I don't need an excuse. Just don't tell my boyfriend. I have just too many totes.
I was like, just get me Omni-Man's abs. Like, that's going to be my tote.
Abs. You said abs. Okay, yes, that part.
I said abs. Or it could be Adam Eve's like cute face. Like, I'll take that too. I'll take that as well. She also has abs. Give me Adam Eve's abs, and on the back, it should be Omni-Man's abs. Mark can go fend for himself. I love him, but
he'll be fine.
I love him, but yeah.
He'll be fine. Speaking of artwork, there's also some I think some Walking Dead artwork that we're gonna see. I do know that there's a new Walking Dead book, and it's a brand new AMC's Art of the Walking Dead book. I am actually pretty shocked because I'm pretty sure this is the first time we're seeing Daryl Dixon on the cover. There we go. Daryl Dixon, half man, half zombie. I don't remember. Correct me if I'm wrong, Danny. Has he ever covered one of these books before, or is this new?
I don't think so. And this is a special David Finch cover that you can only get this special cover from Skybound. So definitely, like we said, use the QR code. All of this stuff always goes so quickly. It's so crazy. I have a friend in Canada who every time hi Nick, I know you're watching right now. Every time we do one of these, he's in my DMs, and I have to like sometimes like physically like attack Peter or somebody and be like, oh my gosh, but could you set one aside side for me because like everything that we do, I feel goes so quickly. We have really loyal fans.
No,
I
absolutely.
think that's really cool.
Walking Dead fans are no joke. If you did not get a chance to scan that QR code, please head to store.skybound.com. That's store.skybound.com to check out all of the goodies that we have available. And you can also sign up to be a Skybound Insider to get all these details and more. This is also how you'll find out about all this stuff ahead of time, which I clearly need to do.
Yeah, and how you find out about our expos when those are happening as well. So we have I'm trying to think of some of the other panels we have. We have a Great British Bake Off alum joining us today.
Yes.
That was my pandemic go-to, let me tell you.
Mine too. Yeah, yes, with the dumpster fire of 2020. When I needed it's really funny, and I have to thank friends of mine who just suggested that I watch it. I sat down to watch one episode because I was depressed one day, and I literally went through, I think, the first 2 seasons, and then got up to make scones because that's what you do.
Yes. I love how I was sitting there on my couch like, 5 out of 10. I wouldn't have glazed it quite like that. Like I know anything.
But they were so nice. And that's the thing. Well, I like baking better than I like cooking anyway. So you don't need to, I don't need an excuse. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's amazing all the new stuff that we're actually going to be getting and seeing. And we've done, like, you did one of these earlier this year. I did one of these earlier this year. And I just feel like it's fantastic how every time Skybound has this expo, there's just more they're giving us. Because you would think we could be rehashing the same old stuff. Never are. It's always new.
Speaking of, good segue. This is why we make a good team. We have our first panel coming up, which I'm really excited about. Like I said, we have a new young reader line that is coming out, and that is Skybound Comet. So there's going to be a panel about the latest titles that are going to be dropping very soon. So that panel is actually happening right now.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to the Skybound Comic Panel. I'm your host, Eris Quinones. Some of you may know me from the YouTube channel Variant Comics, but that's neither here nor there. We are here to talk about Skybound's new graphic novel imprint, Skybound Comic, which is aimed to young readers. And today we have 5 lovely people who are working on these new graphic novels that are going to be coming out through Skybound. So first up, we have Alex Antone, senior editor for Skybound. Then we have Irma Kanivala, writer-artist for Everyday Hero Machine Boy. Tri Vong, writer for Everyday Hero Machine Boy. Margaret Scott, writer for Sea Serpent's Heir. And Tilly Walden, writer-artist for Clementine. What's up, everyone? How you guys doing?
We're good. Yeah.
Ready to talk comics.
Ready to talk comics. Yes, I am very excited. I'm loving this lineup, so I'm very excited to pick each and every one of your brains today to see if I can get some juice from all of you. But yes, the Skybound comic is, or Comet, sorry, is a new original graphic novel imprint that's aimed to young readers, and it's launching in 2022 with 3 big releases. We got Clementine Book 1 coming out in June, Everyday Hero Machine Boy in September, and Sea Serpent's Heir Book 1 in October. So with that said, that's our lineup for today. Let's get right into it. Alex, we're going to start with you, senior editor. So We know Skybound for comics that, are generally aimed to more of an adult audience. You got like The Walking Dead, you got Invincible, all that stuff. But now Skybound Comet is expanding into the young adult, genre for middle-aged audiences. Where did that, what was the birth of that? And how did you select the titles to launch?
That's a great question. It's been in the works for a long time, long before I even joined Skybound. We have a great team of editors here, led by Sean Makowitz, and John Moisen actually acquired Sea Serpent's Air, and Ariel Bassage acquired Everyday Here Machine Boy, and they were just sort of naturally in this space that we were looking to get into anyway. And they were so strong that it felt like, well, these could be sort of foundational books for an imprint. We're really, really excited about, everything that's going on in the young reader space, just across the board. And it felt like, like you said, Skybound's definitely got adult comics on lock. We make a pretty wide range of comics in the adult space, but it's definitely, we don't make a ton for kids, and we don't make a ton, for sort of younger kids, especially the middle grade and YA was definitely something that we really wanted to get into. So we already had a strong foundation with Sea Serpent's Air and with Everyday Here Machine Boy, and then the idea to bring in Clementine into the fold was also something that we'd been looking to do for a long time, but didn't really know the right way to do it, didn't know how to do it. Obviously, it's she's a beloved character, and we wanted to make sure we did it right. And that's when we found Tilly. And so when I think of Walking Dead, I think of obviously horror and scares and horrible things, but I also think of the humanity and the heart that Walking Dead is known for, and family and all of the sort of values within these horrible times that exist in the world of The Walking Dead, and Tilly. Tilly brought all that and then some to what she is doing with Clementine. So with those three books, we felt like, all right, we've got a real imprint on our hands. And so we named it Skybound Comet. Partially why I was brought in was just to sort of organize things and push things forward and come up with a plan. So I'm really fortunate to have, come into such a great situation at Skybound.
No, that sounds great. Again, the lineup looks, fantastic thus far. So this next one's for everyone. Kind of going off that, the comic book industry has changed a lot over the last decade that Skybound's been around, right? So we didn't see a lot of major publishers, even like the big two, launching graphic, novels that are aimed to young readers. So what's it been like as a fan and a pro to see that change in the industry? And again, this question's for everyone.
I think it's been awesome. I never, got into comics just to make superhero comics or to make a specific kind of comic. And I also, I want comics that I can give my daughter and my wife, who aren't necessarily, comics people. And I mean, my daughter's 3.5, so she's not really any kind of person yet. But
I have a 4-year-old. I feel you.
But yeah, I mean, every comic could be somebody's first comic, and I think. A lot of the comics being published in the YA and middle grade space are so accessible, and that's really, really exciting to me. And comics are great, and all different kinds of comics can be great in their own way.
Tilly, what would you?
Yeah, it's been really fun to sort of grow up with comics as they've been expanding beyond superhero comics. Although I really did just grow up reading a lot of manga, but as a creator, what's funny about making young adult work is sometimes work for teens feels almost more intelligent or more intense than work for adults. And I also don't usually think of making something that's young adult and I'm like, okay, like what can a 15-year-old handle? In my mind, when I remember being 15, it's like, bring it on. I can handle anything.
Yeah, for sure.
So sometimes the title of the genre or this age category, I think it sometimes do it a disservice, where it's like these young adult books and these middle grade books are insane. They're so much fun. They're so cool. And obviously there's some content they don't totally touch on, but I don't think that it means they lack any depth. Do you guys think the same?
Totally.
It's funny. My mom was a huge fan of young adult novels when I was growing up, and she'd always be like, you can tell it's for young adults because it gets to the point.
It doesn't pander.
But yeah, no, I'm super excited because my day job is writing cartoons. And so getting able to write sort of the same things without the sort of standards and practices restrictions. There's all these restrictions on what you can and cannot do on TV. And getting to sort of write that with like the handcuffs off has really made me feel like I can tell a more realistic and holistic experience, you know? Like the comics feel more like you can really represent, you know, just all the hard things at that age and all the things, you know, like you're out of your mind horny and you don't know what you're doing with your life and everything is weird and, you know, you just the messiness of that time of life and it's been really fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. Try, what do you have to say?
I think there's also a timeless quality about, I guess, young adult fiction that that really appeals to me. And I don't think either Irma and I meant to do something that was young adult. We just did something that kind of was inspired by our own memories of growing up. And then afterwards, by accident, it kind of ended up fitting into young adult. So I think at its best, I think there's something really relatable about this sort of, I guess, this category of stories.
I mean, everybody has a childhood.
Yeah, I think so. So far, I think.
Irma, anything you want to add before we move on?
Yeah, I think, and I think this is quite common for a lot of people that I talk to, is that I read like very, very voraciously when I was young, and then less so when I was older. And I don't know if it's, you know, you just have so many responsibilities now or whatnot, but, or if it's the actual content where things, I think, it just felt so much more open for like YA fiction. But it's really cool to think that potentially you could be creating something that could be maybe influential for somebody's future, if that makes sense. Just like things that I read when I was a kid were influential for what I ended up doing and becoming like a creator myself.
No, yeah, that's great. I think all of you had, you know, very, very good answers. But now we get to dive into each book individually, right? And we have to start with the book that's launching it in June. So that means Tilly, we're gonna go to you.
Start at work.
Yeah, right. So we have you're entering Robert Kirkman's world of The Walking Dead with the first of a new original graphic novel trilogy, perfect for new readers of The Walking Dead or even longtime readers of The Walking Dead, with Clementine. And you're going to be exploring like the difference between living, surviving, you know, in this coming of age tale in this YA graphic novel. So first, before we get in, first thing I got to say, when I was talking to you back in May at the Expo, we asked you about, you know, if you're doing more stories, and I was trying to read your face. I was right, because I was like, you're doing more things. I know it. I could tell. You're not saying anything, but your face is telling me everything I need to know. So now
you were right.
Yeah. So now that we've got, you know, a whole graphic novel trilogy kicking off next year, what is it like to explore this corner of the Walking Dead universe, and what can you tell us about the story?
Well, I guess, what can I tell you about the story? It's we're picking up with Clementine a little ways after where we left her in the games. And for those who have played the games, like we are doing our best to try and honor what Clementine went through, but also trying to give her sort of a new chapter. And what's so exciting about having a trilogy and having them be graphic novels, so it can be like 300 pages long, is I have so much time to let Clementine be herself and go through the world at sort of a different pace from the games. So even though the story in the first graphic novel of the trilogy involves like high stakes mountaineering, building, fighting, slightly evil twins, the usual, it's still, you know, I think it's still a really sensitive story. And I tried to think about it after playing the games. It was like, how would Clementine really be feeling right now? Can we like take a minute in this first book to consider what she's been through? So I think, yeah, I guess the biggest thing to think about is just that Clementine finally is has so much space in these books to grow up, and to grow up at her own pace, and to reintegrate into this world. And it's really exciting to me to be working with her as a queer character, and to get a chance to like dig into what it means to be queer in the apocalypse. It's like it's one of the best parts of doing this book.
For sure, for sure. And what like that's like the best homework ever too. Or it's like play the game, just play the game that people
I know.
like look to do just for fun, and that's your homework. So it's like the dream job, right?
It was.
But
and now it's like now I'll die for her like everyone else.
Yeah. So obviously we know Clementine has a huge fan base, which is why she's getting her own book and all that stuff. But what do you think made her such an iconic character and like instantly pretty much, right? She kind of just hit. So one of those characters is like everyone immediately liked her,
I wonder, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that we met Clementine at a really young and sensitive age. And even though we all haven't been in a zombie apocalypse, we've all been like 7 years old and really scared for whatever reason. So I think instantly the way we met Clementine, we all sort of trauma bonded with her, where we saw this little girl who was afraid, and then she went on through the games to surpass her fear and surpass this like violent world she entered and become like a fully fledged badass. Yep. So she's aspirational, right? We see Clementine take on the world and continue to persevere. And at the same time, we also know that she started off as this small child who needed someone to help her, and that someone was Lee. So she just like fills in all the gaps, everything we're looking for in a story and a character. We're just like, not only is she vulnerable, she's super powerful. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. Now I have to dig kind of like I did last time, right? So I have to ask, because it's the Walking Dead universe. There's tons of fan favorite characters in this huge universe that Kirkman, has co-created and stuff like that. So are we going to see any familiar faces from the Walking Dead's, lore or from Clem's past?
It's a good question, one that I cannot disclose, unfortunately. But Clementine's past, I will say, will be a big part of the book, because how could it not be?
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a yes. You didn't say yes, but I'm going to say yes, so they can blame me. But do you have a favorite moment from the character in the games?
I mean, I can't help but be extremely nostalgic for the time Clementine spent with Lee, and our youngest years with her. It's sort of what constantly comes back to me. I think a lot about the Clementine and Lee in the RV in the game. Not to get too internal, but just them having conversation, them on the train when Lee cut her hair. I mean, it's that relationship sort of sums it all up for me.
Very cool. Well, I can tell you're very passionate and you genuinely like the character. So that means, you're putting your passion into it, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun ride. I'm definitely excited for what you're bringing to the character. So I cannot wait. But let's move on, because we got two other awesome books that are launching with this new initiative in September. Right after Clementine, we were going to be joining the world of everyday hero Machine Boy. They'll be hitting stores. And I guess it asks the question of what happens when a Machine Boy falls to Earth and his heart is awoken for the first time, and he learns what it means to be a human. Really, really cool concept. So we got to go to Irma and try. Obviously, you guys are the ones bringing this book to life. So everyday, hero Machine Boy, it mashes together two of my favorite genres, right? You got machines, which everyone likes, mechs, robots, right? And then emotion, feelings, okay? So it's what makes you care. So what inspired the world and characters for this graphic novel?
Sorry, I guess I'll take this.
Yeah, we'll start with Irma.
So I guess also I just wanted to make a quick clarification. Earlier you had listed Try as the writer, but actually the art is like mostly Try.
I'm sorry.
Whatever. Who cares?
You gotta call me out on this, Try. You can be like, no, you're wrong. This is your book. Call me out.
Just not politely. That's how
Try
I do things.
is too nice.
They both write the book and they both draw the book.
It's true.
So it's really,
where does one begin and when does one end?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's quite a weird process.
Synergy.
Yes.
Exactly. But yeah, I feel like it started when we were sharing a studio at the time, and Try had this like vision in his head of like a karate grandpa basically punching a Machine Boy's heart to life. And he was like, I can't quite figure out how to make this work. And we were having lunch one day, and I was like, yeah, but what if it was also about like him going on his first date and like the first day of school, and somehow through that, like it just turned into what it turned into, which is like high stakes, low stakes, everything in one.
And also, yeah, just to add to that, also, it because it's the first time I've ever collaborated with somebody, and actually the first time working on like a full-length graphic novel, everything was new to us. So we didn't know what rules to follow, and we didn't know what worked or didn't work. So going back to the high stakes versus low stakes, it always felt like there was this interesting relationship where the external problem is really exciting. There's like karate fights and stuff like that. But then it's always felt like the low stakes was what was powering everything else. It was like,
Right.
and it was almost like, oh, those heightened feelings of when we were kids of trying to fit in, rejection, trying to find out who you are. Like that kind of became the engine to power like all the cool stuff that I like to draw, like the karate punches and the robots. So yeah, it was all just this happy accident.
Right. That's awesome.
And
So,
without spoiling too much, I feel like tomatoes play a really big part in the story. So
That's a selling point. That's a selling point.
so, kind of going to that with the art, the series has a really cool look, right? And it feels really fun. So what were like touch points for designing Machine Boy and Friends? And I guess, Try, we'll start with you with that.
I think I was really inspired by the cartoons I watched growing up.
Okay.
So a lot of 80s anime.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, and ironically, so I think me and Irma are almost like a generation apart almost. So she would bring in stuff that's like as I was aging out, she would bring in influences from like the 90s and early 2000s.
She's bringing in like the Dragon Ball era of stuff. Like
well, I would bring in Dragon Ball.
Oh, you bring Dragon Ball? Okay.
She'd bring in like Dragon Ball Z.
Z. Okay. Yeah.
So it just had this giant wellspring of stuff that we both individually found cool, and even things that because we used to share the same studio where other comic book artists work, and things that were just lying around on somebody's sofa would be really awesome. Like we both simultaneously discovered a manga called Cross Game. Mm-hmm. And that kind of blew our minds about like, holy moly. And we thought it was from the 70s, but it was made in the 2000s. So yeah, just the awesomeness of the world just kind of fed into the art of the comic, I guess.
Very, very cool. And this question is for both of you. Again, we're going to start with Irma though, but who's your favorite fictional robot? Because there's a ton. There's a ton. So who inspired you the most, and or what's your favorite?
I had to think actually really, really hard about this one. But I think it's probably the robots from Castle in the Sky.
Okay.
That there's the big island. Sorry, spoiler alert, I guess. I don't know. There's, this big island, and there's these robots that are like super battle robots, but left to their own devices, all they do is like take care of the birds' nests and take care of the plants and stuff. And I thought there's something like really, really tragic and really, really nice about that.
Very cool. So, Try, you?
Mine was easy. It's Jet Jaguar.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, that was an easy one for me. I like 1 second. Jet Jaguar. He's like Godzilla's robot friend.
Dude,
they high five each other. They do wrestling moves. It's Jet Jaguar.
Which speaks to what you were saying earlier, how you were like, I'm all about the karate chop in action in here.
I know, yeah.
You got to bring the karate chop back. I think that's like a lost art. You don't like to say karate. I'm like, no, karate chop is cool. It's not a death strike. It's a karate chop. Okay.
Yeah, it's so friendly looking too. It's such a friendly looking strike. Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about Sea Serpent's Heir, Book 1, a new graphic novel trilogy from acclaimed creator Margaret Scott and Pablo Tunica. So what can you tell us, Margaret, about this book? I know it dives, sorry, pun, right? Dives into the questions of identity and all that stuff, but what inspired this trilogy of sorts?
Yeah, so there's a sort of famous thought in musical theater, and they talk about it a lot in Disney movies, which is in every Disney movie, there's a song where the main character sits on a rock and tells us what they want out of life. And
that's so true.
yeah, you know, the girl that you meet who lives in a small town who doesn't like her life sits on a rock and says, gosh, I wish I could be, you know, human or somewhere far away or something about that. And I was thinking about that, and I started imagining this idea of, you know, this young girl, Ayala, who lives in this like podunk fishing town in the middle of nowhere. And it's just like, I just want to get off this island. I want to have an adventure. I want to have a crush, you know? And she sort of starts dreaming about like, is she going to meet like her knight in shining armor? And then her knight in shining armor shows up, and he's sent to kill her because it turns out that she's actually destined to destroy the world. And so
it's a bad day.
Yeah, exactly. And so like the entire book is kind of about like that weird combo of what you're supposed to do or what you're expected to do or what you're literally destined to do versus where you actually are in your life. Mm-hmm. As sort of Ayala and Bashir, her knight in shining armor, kind of end up on like the world's craziest sea-bound road trip, with like assassins and wizards and giant sea serpents and trying to, you know, drown the world. And it just ended up being like this huge, fantastical mess, kind of like growing up always is.
For sure. Now, one of the most interesting things to me, especially when you're dealing with like any story that takes place like in the ocean, right? Land and ocean, it's is like the world and how you're going to build it out to look, right? And fortunately for comics, you can do whatever you want, right? Where like James Wan's Aquaman, you know, looked great and stuff like that, but you know, there's limitations to live action with budget and stuff like that. But comic books, we're lucky enough, like your imagination is the limit, right? So what went into the visuals for this? What did you guys want to put in the book? How did you want it to look and feel most of all?
Yeah, well, it's funny because you know, when I pitched the book and we started looking for an artist, I had really loved Pablo's work, and I was where we decided to reach out to him, and he sent back the first pages, and they had this total Jim Henson kind of Dark Crystal vibe that I had never anticipated. Awesome. And I was like, this isn't what the book should look like. And then like 24 hours later, I was like, this is the only thing the book should look like. Because it made everyone feel so real. And so everyone feels, and that's kind of the aesthetic we went for, is everyone's kind of flawed looking and a little off kilter, which makes them very human. And a lot of our touch points, you know, we talked about Zir, and we were talking about like gulper eels and oarfish and, you know, real world. We were designing Kinnaman Island. We were like, okay, well, let's look at how houses are designed in Iceland, you know, or Ireland, or when we're designing, you know, clothing, we would be like, okay, what are people wearing in the Mediterranean? What do people wear? Like, how do people that live on ships dress alike no matter where they are in the world? Right. So it's like, okay, you got like lots of layers, billowy pants, and a boot, you know, and we tried to like dissect these real world touch points and then just push them way off center, you know, so that everything really, so you'll get these really cool combinations where, it's like I tell Pablo, like, you know, this priest that we are seeing is kind of got like a Roman Catholic Renaissance vibe feel, and then you put them in that outfit, but then like give them a mask where like their eyes were completely covered, you know, and they'd be walking around like acting totally normal but functionally blind as far as we know. And so it'd just be these weird things where you wouldn't expect it, but it feels natural because we tried to sort of keep little tabs on kind of the weirdness of reality.
Cool. That's really, really cool. I love, you know, seeing, that's why I love talking to, you know, creators and stuff like that. I love, you know, getting into the mind and just see like, why this, why that, how come, you know, because even like when we, you know, read, you know, Sea Serpent's Era or any of the books we're talking about today, how I or anyone else may interpret it might be not what you necessarily intended, not in a bad way, but it's just funny to see like, you know, what went into the book and how other people interpret it, whether it's like spot on to what you wanted to do or whether it's, you know, something still cool but not what you intended, you know what I mean? I just love that stuff. But anyway, So the main character in this book is Ayala. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Ayala?
Ayala, yeah.
Ayala. Okay, so what's going to make young readers relate to this character, do you think?
I mean, I think there's that wonderful quality about her where you're super, super ready to do the thing until you have to do the thing.
Right.
And definitely in this book, she's like really sort of thrown out of the plane and like, wait, I don't know how this chute works. And I think, and it's funny because she's sort of, I mean, I don't know. I find her really relatable. It's like you're supposed to be the most powerful person in the world, but your mom still won't listen to you. And you know, I think she's constantly running into that horrible revelation that we sort of start to have when we're teenagers and then continue to have, which is you really think when you're growing up that there is a plan and people have their stuff figured out. And then it's like, oh no, there's not, you know? And sort of the book is kind of constantly bumping up against like, no, this is literally a prophecy, or we definitely have this elaborate plan. And then it's like, no, you just have a grudge from like 15 years ago that you're trying to work out. And in that kind of like messiness and trying to sort of hold on to, I don't know, just find a compass for yourself, I hope is really relatable. I think it's really relatable.
So that's really, really cool. But now I want to move on to questions that are going to be from everyone. We're going to start with Alex, Tilly, work our way down as, you know, you see us on the screen here. So, like, what is some of the favorite, you know, comic books that all of you are currently reading right now, right? Because you don't become a creator or writer of comic books, you would think, without loving the genre and reading stuff for yourself, right? And at least in some capacity. So, Alex, let's start with you. What are you digging right now? What have you dug in the last year? And, you know, what inspires you?
I prepared for this question because there was no way for me to think of, you know, all the books off the top of my head. So I do have a list.
Okay.
But I mean, as far as Skybound goes, gotta, you know,
Gotta promote the home
Skybound.
team. Yeah.
First and foremost. But Ultra Mega is fantastic, and
Dude,
Six Sidekicks of Trigger Keaton. Those are my two favorite books that Skybound is publishing right now. I just think they're awesome. But you know, unsurprisingly, I've been reading a lot of YA and a lot of graphic novels, and you know, basically anything that First Second publishes, I tend to read. But you know, the really, really inspiring books that I've read over the last year or so would be Laura Dean Keeps Breaking Up With Me, which is probably my favorite YA book ever. Tied maybe with Stargazing, which is also just wonderful. And then the Magic Fish was a book I read recently.
You stole my answer.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
The Magic Fish.
It's so good. It captures such a specific feeling that I really enjoyed. But yeah, anything by Box Brown, also somebody I really enjoy. I love his graphic novel Child Star. And I just read Sarah Anderson's Fangs, which is awesome. Getting more into webcomics and getting more into manga as well. And actually, the most recent manga I read was Spy Family by Tatsuya Endo, and that one is that one's a real good one. So nice. I'd recommend that one.
Awesome, some great recommendations. Tilly, what about you?
Well, the Magic Fish.
The Magic Fish. Let's get that out of the way.
It's like a cornerstone, and I was lucky enough to interview Trung for a like little evening book talk thing, and picking Trung's brain was like looking into, I don't know, the soul of the universe. It was amazing. So the Magic Fish, and then I've been reading a lot of Yotsuba lately, Kiyohiko Azuma. It's not new, although I think there are new Yotsubas coming out, but it's a wonderful manga about a young girl who doesn't know anything about anything and just walks through the world that way and will never change. And it's wonderful to read because so much about young adult and middle grade is about changing, and reading something really funny and sweet about a kid who will never change is very comforting. And then the only other thing, this book isn't out yet, but I was lucky enough to read an advanced copy of A-OK by Jared Green, which is a middle grade graphic novel that deals with acne and asexuality, deals with things that start with A, basically. But it just really blew me away. So I can't wait for that book, for more people to read it.
Nice. Margaret, what about you?
Oh, I've been reading, I guess as far as physical comics go, I've been really liking Nightwing and Black Widow.
Yes, I've been really digging Nightwing.
Yeah,
Taylor's
yeah.
doing a great
It's
job.
it's nice to have, it's funny because Black Widow is not super upbeat, but it's nice to have Nightwing where he's like, I'm a good person, but also I kind of suck at life.
Right. I'm a billionaire now, but I can't do anything right.
Yeah, like I think
Classic.
it's like the first or second issue where he gets like Dick Grayson gets his wallet stolen.
Yeah.
And as far as webcomics go, oh man, there's a really great webcomic called The Strongest Florist that I really love right now about this guy. It's this young guy whose dad wants him to be like an MMA fighter, and he really wants to open a flower shop, and so he decides to go into like this digital virtual MMO RPG world and open up a flower shop in that world, but like end up stumbling into like quests.
Cool.
And then probably like the Remarried Empress is also really good. The fashion in that is fantastic.
Nice. Try. What about you?
I'm making my way through 2 books right now that I really like.
Okay.
Skull Diggers by Tanchi Zaniak is one of my favorite artists. And yeah, it's great. And written by Jeff Lemire, so everything he does is awesome.
Right.
And
the golden touch.
I know. What a dream team. And on the other side, YA side of that, I'm reading the Pact We Made by, I think it's Ryan Andrews.
Okay.
And it's just so beautiful to look at. I'm not finished yet, so I don't know how it's going to end. But
No spoilers.
yeah, the premise is fantastic. It's about a group of boys who make a pact to, I think, follow like a stream of stars down a river and see how they go. And they're not going to turn back until they reach the end of it. But that's just sort of the beginning of this magical journey that involves like talking bears and this dolly that goes through clouds, and it's just it's very Miyazaki-esque, and I love that stuff.
Very cool. And Irma, you got to finish it out.
I feel like a perennial favorite that I've been getting through is Haikyuu, the volleyball manga. It's like there's no bad people in it. It's just like everyone cooperates and tries to help each other, and it's really, really, really lovely. And the other is probably there's a pair of books by a Korean artist. The first is called Uncomfortably Happily, and the second is Amma's Table. And they're both autobiographical comics about this Korean artist who moves out to like this desolate mountain with his wife. And then the other is about his relationship with his parents. And if that book doesn't make you call your mom, like you're dead inside.
That's the perfect way to get people to be like, you're not a real human.
I just want to say I love the eclectic taste here on the panel, because I mean that we pretty much covered the entire cross section of the comic book industry, so that's really exciting to see.
For sure. And I got to agree with Alex, with you with Ultra Mega. I'm a big fan of like the whole like kaiju, monsters, stuff like that, like kind of Power Rangers, Ultraman type thing. And then obviously Nightwing is Batman. Who doesn't like that, right? So
Ultra Mega, not for kids, by the way.
No. And then some of the other ones you guys mentioned, I'm definitely gonna have to check out, because now I'm curious. You guys really sold it, so you got me to get these comics. But yeah, I want to thank everyone. We're going to wrap this up right here. But before I do, I want to make sure that everyone pre-orders their copies of Clementine Book 1, Everyday Hero Machine Boy, and Sea Serpent's Era Book 1. Everywhere comic books are sold. If you don't have a local comic book shop or don't know where one is, you can find one by visiting comicshoplocator.com. But I want to thank everyone again. You guys have been awesome.
Just really quick too, you can also get a special preview, a special tease of all 3 of these books in the pages of Skybound X, which is our anthology that's coming out. That maybe will be out by the time this airs, but
right.
It'll be in comic book stores. 5 issues. It's got Skybound comics from the past, Skybound comics from the present, and all 3 of these books have short stories in there, and it's just a taste, just a tease of what's to come. But I think you'll find that they're all really special and additive to the worlds in their own right.
And Rick with the lightsaber. You can't forget that. He's going to be in there too.
Yep. Negan has a crazy bat that he puts together and it turns into a mega bat. It's
very, very cool.
Also not for kids.
Well, again, Skybound Comet is going to be hitting in June 2022, kicking off with Clementine Book 1. And thanks everyone for joining here today and talking about your upcoming novels. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
My gosh, I loved that panel. I love all these titles that we have coming out.
Yeah, it's amazing. And it's in addition to Skybound X, now there's this whole novel line for young readers. I don't know why they keep saying young readers because I'm going to read these books.
That's what I was thinking. I was saying the same thing. I was like, okay, but me too, though.
Like these make great reads, especially because you can get in and get out of these stories so quickly. Which one is your favorite?
Oh, I'm really excited about Sea Serpent's Heir. I mean, all of them are amazing, but I love the concept of like, I feel like a lot of times when we write women or young women, it is like, oh, she's destined to save the world. And it was like, but what if you're like destined to destroy it? Like, I find that concept so fascinating,
Yeah, it's incredible.
We should be allowed to be, anti-heroes, villains.
Just end it right there. We should allow to just be.
But also like I love young women that are flawed and messy and like complicated. So I actually like that it kind of subverts a lot of the other young, no shade to other young storylines from other places, but I do like that that one in particular speaks to me.
Yeah, and Margaret Scott, who's going to be writing that, did an amazing job with Batgirl, really reinvented the character a little bit for that very reason, and wrote another one of my animated favorites, Wonder Woman Bloodlines. So I'm excited. I'm excited for that one.
Yeah. What about, I know that we were talking during the break about how you thought Machine Boy reminded you of Astro Boy. Yeah,
it's sort of like a Astro Boy meets Mega Man. It's definitely got that 80s anime kids vibe to it, and I love that. And I even just the little adventure he goes on, and he's trying really, really hard to save, it still has the classic, you've hurt my master, I have to save, I have to go on this quest. But I just like how the character is designed, and I'm really excited to see how that one turns out.
Yeah, and Clementine obviously already has a ton of fans, so that's a lot of people are really excited. And that's the first book that's coming out. So
yes, and
perfect one. There you go.
It is. And I'm also a fan of Tilly Walden, who, Tilly Walden is one of the youngest Eisner Award winners ever. And a lot of people know her book Spinning. They've got an amazing lineup of creators to work on some amazing stories. So I'm excited. And this whole new line is going to be really, really amazing.
Yes. And speaking of, I want to say like things that the whole family can be involved in. Up next, we have a game that I'm super, super excited about. Rainbow Billy. I want to say Rainbow Billy. There we go. I'm sorry, I have had my coffee. This is such a necessary game, right, for us right now during this time. I'm just so excited about it and this panel, and for y'all to see this game that's coming out.
It's adorable. Yeah. And you can actually put this on your Steam wish list, I think, because you can play it on Steam.
Yes. Yeah. So we're going to check out the panel right now. Oh, it's so cute. Y'all are going to die. You're going to die.
story about Billy, the quiet kid sailing at sea. One morning while fishing, the sky suddenly turns to gray, and all the colors fade away. Rainbow Billy, the curse of the Leviathan.
Hello and welcome, everybody. I hope you're enjoying Skybound Expo, of course, and you're having a good time and watching all this cool, amazing content that's been being shown to you in this amazing weekend. I hope you're having a good time too. My name, of course, is Carlos Lopez. I am the community manager, social media manager, all guru of Skybound Games. And you're here because you want to check out this cool panel. It's the making of Rainbow Billy, which we have the entire Man of Void team here. Well, not everybody, but we got some selective folks here, but they're repping the whole team. First of all, guys, thank you so much. I know you guys are super busy, super hard working on Rainbow Billy, but I want to bring you guys in, and we're going to go a little more deep into Rainbow Billy and talk more about kind of the back end, the front end, behind the scenes stuff, all the fun stuff that goes within making a game, because it doesn't take a small amount of peanut. It takes like a village to make this happen. So, guys, introduce yourselves, please. We want the whole Skybound family wants to know who you guys are, what you guys do.
Yeah, so my name is Christopher Chansey. I am the executive producer at Man of Void, he, him, and basically, yeah, I'm wearer of many hats. Like most indie teams, we're forced to have a lot of roles, and so I pretty much take care of all the administrative side of things, a little bit of the marketing stuff as well, so I can let the team take care of all of the creative stuff.
Awesome. You're doing the work, man. Everybody is. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm Alexis Assal, he, him, and I am co-creative director with Tony, and I'm also handling the technical side of the game mostly. Like Chris said, we all wear many hats.
Hey, my name is Anthony Boschir Rosaval. So I go by he, him, even though if I haven't found a better pronoun for me, because I have some stuff on my head, but I'm co-creative director with Alexis, and I handle all the artistic part. So yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And we have one more guest in here too.
I'm Tiffany. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm one of the artists on Rainbow Billy. I'm in charge of mostly 2D art and a lot of the freaky creature creation on the game.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you guys again, because I know you guys are really heads on in making this game possible as much as you can. But I got some questions, because, a lot of people in the industry, or even just in general in the community of indie games, people don't really know how to kind of start from like the beginning, middle, and end. And not just only that, but possibly even just Kickstarter information. So my first question to you guys as a team, and I think we can probably start with Christopher on this question, and we could kind of go around everybody. I kind of want to know, like, what do you think Rainbow Billy succeeded like on Kickstarter, and what did you guys do to kind of prepare for that? Because I know there's a lot that goes into kind of setting it up and getting a Kickstarter page up, and kind of just what goes behind the scenes to kind of capitalize people to kind of really back the project.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why people do Kickstarter. Sometimes like people are just looking for those early adopters for community. Sometimes people want to test out an idea. Sometimes people like need actual funding to be able to hit certain milestones in their production. In our case at Manavoid, we usually use Kickstarter as a market test. Like we basically want to know, do people vibe with what we're trying to make? Are people going to enjoy this game, or like, is it a good idea? So really early on to prepare, I remember me and Tony spent like weeks, if not months, like fleshing out what the visuals would look like and what the design of the game would look like. And we built the page and we made the videos and all that stuff. So it takes about 2 months of preparations to like run a good Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, like we had this cool idea that Tony came up with of like having, like a black and white kind of game with these creatures that you would like, you'd be able to kind of befriend and capture in the game. And I was like, yeah, but it'd be so cool if we could have some more RPG elements to it. And we were basically going back and forth with this idea for a while, but Tony had already fleshed out so many cool visuals for the game. And yeah, basically I think, aesthetically, like our art team is really, really strong. So I think that's like one of the first reasons why I think the Kickstarter worked out. And it wasn't our first Kickstarter. We had kickstarted games in the past for us and for other indie studios here in Montreal that we helped out. So we knew how the game worked, and we already had like a base community for Manavoid that we could bring in. And yeah, I think the proposition like spoke to the right people. I don't know, Tony, if you have like any more that you wanted to add on that.
I think what has been successful and why we reach our goal and all that community that we gather around, it's because we are passionate by the themes that we were going through, and also the elements of gameplay that we found in other games like Wind Waker for selling boats, Pokemon creature capture. So of course, then we face the reality of being independent. We cannot go against those. We cannot promise the same amount of stuff that those AAA games can give. But I think that sharing that passion of that kind of game with or aesthetic that was kind of old school Disney that Cuphead make successful in video games by bringing back the art style. I think that we hit something, and we hit it, and we were successful.
Yeah, if I can bounce on that. I joined actually after the Kickstarter was launched, so I have a kind of a different perspective on why I think it was like it succeeded. And I think, for me, when I saw it, the aesthetic is something that like really that's the one thing I saw at first, and then I saw all the gameplay elements around it that were super interesting, and like it was a mix of a lot of different styles, and it was clear like that I knew like the team had like a lot of like wild ideas for the games, and I think it really appealed to a lot of people, and like it appealed to me to join the team, so it definitely did something right.
Yeah. I had also joined in after the Kickstarter, and I do agree that like not only on the Kickstarter, but also in the early days where we'd show the game over, like at events and stuff like that, we always got comments on the art style. It had I think that like Tony's original vision as well had a very childish and like very charming appeal to sort of that old Disney sort of aesthetic that I think we all sort of hold on to somewhat. The game took some turns ever since, but that was definitely, I think it was definitely one of the big reasons why it definitely did attract attention on Kickstarter.
Yeah, it has that really cool Saturday morning kind of cartoon vibe you would watch as a kid. Like just space out, have a good time, watch it, not question anything, just be like, I just want to have a good time. So
yeah, and like to bounce on what everyone said, I think another reason why it worked, and this is like something that we had in mind when we were designing the game, is back in 2018 I remember like some statistics coming out of E3, and it was something like 85% of games were like showcasing some form of violence. And I was like, well, man, that kind of sucks that there's not like more like a different types
just
of
feel good games.
Just like wholesome positive vibes games. So
agree.
I think it allowed us to shine through maybe in a way, because there's not that much of an offer, or there wasn't at least at that point. And to like this year because we were part of the Wholesome Direct lately. We really noticed that there's a lot more games that are going towards a more of a feel-good approach, and it's fun to see because I think there's a variety of genres out there, and I think the one that we were targeting was just maybe not as well served as it might be today.
Oh, that's awesome, and I'm glad there's kind of this nice movement moving around to really kind of shake up some things and make games more accessible to more people. And some people do, of course, have a lot of certain PTSD, and they suffer a war game or any game with guns, not what they were going to go with. And I agree with you. There should be more wholesome games. There should definitely be more games that people can play with their kids and sit down and be a little bit more different and be more open about being accessible, right? I think that's the beauty about indie devs, and especially you guys making Rainbow Billy too. I think it's a game anybody can play. It's really great. And by that, I really want to talk about something else. You guys finished the Kickstarter, you guys are going through, and now that you guys are just fully funded, how do you start making the game real? What are kind of the big steps from there? What the Kickstarter's done, what's the next big step,
So the Kickstarter is a fun exercise because it really forces you to cover all of the bases. So you've thought about the art style, the art direction is clear in your head, all of the design elements are kind of fleshed out because you have to explain what the game is to the backers. And so at that point, it's more okay, well, what are the first systems that we need to implement to be able to make this a reality? And I think this is where Alexis comes in, because we needed some extra programmer help to be able to make the vision happen. The game does a lot of things, if you have to describe it, it's an adventure RPG puzzle platformer where it starts off in black and white and your job is to recolor the entire universe. So, there's a lot there to unpack, and that's a lot of different labels. Systems. Yeah. A lot of buzzwords. So the first part, is always kind of having that holy trinity of art, design, and programming come together and understand what the timelines are going to look like. What are we looking for as a first prototype to be able to test things out? And this game has gone through so many iterations. Yeah. So anyone can go check out the Kickstarter, but you'll notice that it's in 2 dimensions. And back then, the aesthetic was very, very much very much like 1930s Disney, whereas today we're much more into modern cartoons. It's in 2.5D. The world has grown a lot. And so, I think in that sense, you have to start small and kind of like an onion, you're layering on a lot more elements as it goes. But I think Alexis might be the best person to talk to for that, because he built it from the ground up.
Yeah, it was really fun joining the project because the Kickstarter had a very interesting vision, but what I really loved about it is that it wasn't necessarily clear. There was a lot of flexibility involved in it, and Tony, he designed the start of the project, but he allowed everyone on the team to really participate and create and shape it. And I think everyone on the team really was able to change things in it and put his own.
Yeah, add their own spice to it, sort of.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think when we really started developing it after the Kickstarter, like Chris said, you start with small systems. You have your vertical slice in mind, what you need to do, to have a prototype to play it, because we wanted to iterate on it as much as we could. So we needed to be able to play it first. And I think we chose the pillars of the game, and then we iterated on them. And those pillars change so much throughout the game. I think we're gonna be able to go deeper into this later. But yeah, it was very important for us to have a first playable, basically, quickly to play it and see what worked, what didn't.
That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah, the first playable is oftentimes the first thing you'll show at an event, and then you'll see what people like and dislike. So, trying to test and talk about the game as often as possible with as many people as possible is super important. And yeah, that first demo that we ended up polishing up after more than one event, where people told us what they liked and they very much told us what they didn't like. we were able to tweak some stuff, and basically I met the great Ian Howe from Skybound at Mega Migs in Montreal in the cold north in November of 2019, and he really liked the vision that we were going for, liked the demo, and I guess the rest is history. And we're a big family now, and that's awesome.
That's awesome. So it's great to getting all this like information so that we can share, of course, with other prominent indie devs that really want to get into this business, and not just business, but also the community side of like trying to build a Kickstarter and how kind of build up that game chunk or anything. I did want to bring up like the next question, which is I think it's a huge part in Rainbow Billy, and I think it really shows a lot. But how do you guys put the message of empathy and inclusivity into a game like this, and where those messages were so important to you guys as a team, the whole Manavoid team?
Yeah, if I can start on this answer,
please
I
do.
think that's something that came out really quick. It's the all what's empathy and knowing the other, and bringing this more wholesome thematics on the game came a little bit after the Kickstarter, and I'll say why. It's because the team went from 2 people to we are more than 25 today. And what happens when you grow up a team like that is that there are a lot of people that are coming, and those people have history, and each, and we share histories, we share some past, we share some fun moments. And I think that naturally, in a kind of a holistic way, we bring this idea of empathy, because when we were designing combat, we were like, we don't want this to be combat. We don't want to call it combat. We want to call it something different, because instead of hurting the person that's in front of us, why don't we understand it? Why don't we try to know how this person is? And with our game that involved color, we were like, oh my God, it's perfect. If a creature is black and white and you don't know it, then you'll need to find out what colors that are inside that creature, their inner colors. So I think that through the growing of the team and through the designing of the game that emerged because of that growing, came up with ideas of empathy and also.
Yeah, I think something really clicked when we sort of decided that the concept was not only creature collection, but also trying to determine what the true colors of the other creature was. And then it was all a question of like rephrasing and just reframing everything on the context of, instead of violence, attacks, killing, it was really more an idea of befriending, understanding, communication, which led to the game being way more narrative than we had initially planned for it to be. And I know that like our lead writer, John, has a big part to play in the general empathy vibe of the game, because there's so much dialogue in the game, and each creature has their own little issues to deal with and their own problems. And some of them are bigger than others, but I think it's really interesting to get that perspective about like, let me try and understand each and every one of them, and let me try and like have a conversation. And it's a confrontation, not a battle. So you're really just trying to get through to them and understand them better, so you can come to like a mutual understanding in the end, which I think is really sweet.
Yeah, definitely. I think the confrontation is probably the system that evolved the most throughout the project. Like from a turn-based old school RPG to we tried so many different things, and that's when the first playable was important, because we'll like test the confrontations and see that a lot of things, the crazy things we're trying to do with color at the beginning didn't really work. And when we really like tried to apply empathy to each of our pillars, that's when like it kind of clicked, and the colors were now used as part of like finding the other person's colors and trying to give them back the colors. So we contextualize colors in the game basically, so that every time you see color in the game, it has a meaning for Billy. And yeah, that is so. It also changed like why it gave a reason for why you want to recolor the world as Billy. And yeah, it just the confrontation, I should say, is just like it really evolved with everyone that came on board, because as Tiffany said, there's conversations with everyone, and we tried to have like not everyone's issues. Like we try to like have every character represent a different person in like a team member's life, for example, or not necessarily a specific person, but someone that makes you think of someone you met. So it was
There's a lot of
very fun
variety.
process. Yeah.
Yeah, our writer like has 60 different personalities because those 60 creatures all have their own like, you know, their own story, their own background. Like there's a lot of the Bible for this game is several hundred pages long. Like there's a lot of content narrative wise that went into it. And I think, you know, for us when we were like starting out, like we were asking ourselves these questions about like, well, if color is going to be one of the pillars of the game, because the game starts off in black and white. But in fact, it starts off in color, and the Leviathan brings it into black and white, and then, you know, Billy keeps their color, and they want to bring it back to the world, right? So for us, we were kind of asking ourselves these questions about what, like, let's take this first layer where, you know, you're actually going from black and white to color, and that's fine, but like, how can we go deeper into like the why of it, you know? And asking that question brings a bunch of stuff to surface. And the first thing that hit us was, well, when you're talking about a situation, and if it's in black or white, it's a very binary way of seeing things. You know, it's either good or evil. It's either left or right. It's where, in fact, like, you know, human beings are so complex, and there's so much depth that goes into a lot of decision making, or a lot of people's feelings, or all of these things. So that was the first thing. The Leviathan like has this kind of a paternalistic figure that's there trying to like keep everything black and white, trying to keep everything, you know, very like closed-minded, I guess.
Yeah.
And then you have Billy, that's this child, and is just encountering all of these different environments. He's encountering all of these different creatures, and one by one, he just figures them out and keeps like recoloring all of these people and bringing them to their team. And that's, I think, you know, it's a special way, I think, of seeing the world through a child's eyes, and, you know, all of the situations, and some of the creatures like have these like big like life issues or big problems or personality traits that are not easy to deal with. And then like we are using Billy as like a convoy to be able to see through the kids' eyes what like they would perceive of a situation. And just doing that, it allows us, I think, all to kind of take a step back and grow, you know, because when you see a situation, you're 30 years old, you know, like obviously you have your background, you have your experiences, but when you see it through the eyes of a kid, like it's easier to understand why like maybe your way of seeing things is very, you know, straightforward, whereas there might be like a spectrum of different things that might be happening. So that's also like, I think, an important part to why empathy was part of the game is the whole like thought process that was behind the design of using color as a pillar for the game.
Yeah, I you know, me playing the game too, I've had my hands on the game for quite some time, and playing it, and I can really see the message you guys are really trying to push through, and even the battle system, and each of those characters you bump into, and it's very true what you're saying, right? Through the eyes of a kid, it's you know, you kind of see things a little bit more open, and while you get older, you're kind of like a little bit more narrow-minded, but you're still very open. But the great thing about it is just the way the confrontations are, and the way they're resolved is so satisfying, because, you know, as you're saying, you know, we're all humans, we'll have our problems, and it plays a huge part into seeing pieces of people who are very hard to express who they are, or express kind of their emotions, and it comes across, you know, like somebody angry could be suffering from, you know, post-traumatic stress or any of these situations. And I love how you guys really, you know, resolve things by having these conversations with these characters, and resolving them, and being like, yeah, you know, I myself go to therapy every month. I'm open about it. I recommend everybody to try to get therapy as if you can. And it's very helpful to really kind of have like a self-reflect game, kind of show you like, oh yeah, I could go about it this way, or I shouldn't be using my anger to frustrate myself, to stress myself out, and causing more people to stress out, or lashing out at somebody by accident. And I really appreciate it, you guys really kind of having these open conversations through a game, which is, you know, not a lot of games can really do this kind of things like what you guys are doing. So, you know, to me, from somebody who's dealt with a lot of like childhood trauma, and seeing a game like this really kind of opening up these doors for just about anybody, and just saying like, yeah, you don't have to, you know, you could just talk. It's okay to express your feelings. It's okay to feel a certain way. but also, you know, it's always healthy to try to resolve or try to really find a way to have, like, you know, this nice secrecy of just figuring out when to take a minute to breathe, or, you know, when someone's having a bad day, how to go about it, you know. And I really love that. I really love what you guys are doing.
A lot of parents have come up to us like after testing the game out, like in demos at different events, and they were like, you know, I would really play this game with my kid, and I feel like there'd be discussions to be had. And I was, and we're like, great, that's exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, and we're not trying to like to have the confrontation. Like the end of the confrontation, we don't want it to be like you solve the person's problem, but we want like Billy to understand the person that is confronting, and just giving a message to open up and really talk things through.
Just listen and talk and come to a mutual understanding in the end. There's a lot of catharsis to the fact that at the very end of it, you also get to make a new friend once you've succeeded. You know, like it's very cute.
And it's you know, when you have a community, it's that feel that we wanted also. When you have a community and you can talk to people and people talk about their problems in a safe space, usually you say, oh, okay, so I can be like this. I can, you know, you feel stronger. You feel like, okay, I'm allowed to be like this. And I think that's something that we want also the player to feel like, you know, if you kind of recognize yourself into a character, well, you need to feel that you can be like this. Like, if I can give an example of Glower that has kind of problems with how he looks, well, don't be shy. Just, you know, be yourself and open up. And, you know, so that's this aspect of safe space and, you know, giving a positive vibe to the story. That's something
it makes you feel less alone to have sort of to know that there's other people like you as well, and there's a cool community, and you can have support from those around you, even if they are not exactly like you.
And the game doesn't stop once you've captured the like, you know, or made a new friend. Basically, you know, you can keep talking to this person. They're on your boat now, so you can go visit them and you can feed them and upgrade them. And every time you upgrade them a level, they'll have a new like part to their story that unlocks. Then you can understand them a bit more. And that's also something that we thought was important, and also why like those 60 characters that we have in the game are all have their distinct personalities. It's you can really delve deep into the story and the lore of each one of them if you want to get to know them better, or if you want to understand why they are the way they are. There's a lot there to unpack as well.
Even in terms of mechanics, we try to keep the characters that you meet important for the whole story. So the way the confrontation works, you're not going to choose your team as you would in another RPG and stick with your team and level it up. Instead, every friend you made along the way is here with you every confrontation, and they might even interject in like a confrontation or in a talk with someone because their personal experience, they can relate to the other creature you're talking to, and they can help or sometimes not, or you can give them hints about how to deal with them. But no matter the decision you take, there's always nice interactions between the different creatures, the group of friends that you make. And we really try to make it so that like the creatures are, you feel like they're people, because that's what we tried to do when we made it.
Yeah, we do more than like the bare minimum of them just like, oh, I'm sad, you know, like you try to sprinkle in their personality as much as possible in the rest of the game.
So my next question, I know it's a little bit off, but I really want to ask you guys, for the artists, I know we have 2 artists in here, what are kind of the process when creating these characters to reflect these emotions? Like, how do you do it so it's not too much, right? And it's just enough for once you resolve, you know, being able to have that empathy with the character, and then it changes to a more happier cherry. How was that process drawing these characters?
Well, to be honest, a lot of the characters were conceptualized and created before we came up with the idea of giving them like dialogue and personalities. Like originally it was kind of more just catch the creatures, but we definitely had a lot of discussions with the writers to try and come to like a decision about like which characters had what kind of personality. We tried to create a wide variety of characters. I know that when we were conceptualizing them, Tony had asked for 1/3 cute, 1/3 normal, 1/3 badass, and to try and attract a little bit of it. And I thought that was like a really funny way to go about it, because it forced me not to stick to one creature type. Each different area in the game kind of have their own sort of creature family. Like Dino Land, we're looking mostly at dinosaurs and stuff like that, lizards. So yeah, it was really interesting to.
Apologies.
It's okay.
So it was really, really interesting to come up with. My camera got all blurred. Oh well.
It's okay. It's okay.
To come up, it was really interesting to come up with different creature types that necessarily ended up having totally different energies to them. Some of them were big, some of them were small, and also each area of the game sort of represents different things thematically and like in like the metaphor of what the area sort of means to the game. So we did try to convey that through the creatures, and yeah, we just tried to make fun, appealing creatures, and then we had discussions with the writers about like how these creatures should, well, also the animators as well put in they injected a lot of personality into it. So a lot of the discussion came after the creature creation. I'd say it's like the rest of the team that took the creatures and made them, like gave them a personality. But it was a lot of fun to try and come up with, I mean, our sound designer, Antoine, as well, kept asking us questions about like, what sound should this creature make? And then we'd be like, I don't know, like a suffocated frog noise, but sad. Like, so that was a lot of fun. It's really a big team effort. At its core, the artistic side was pretty much just fun creatures. That's it.
Yeah, I think that we make kind of a reverse work where we started by making the visuals. Then we took the visuals and we said, okay, so this character with what he's showing, like Eggins, Eggins is a creature that's an egg, and it's a dinosaur that's always hiding behind his shell.
Super cute, by the way.
Thank you.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, and I think that going through, inspecting the creature, we were like, I think that this feels like when we need space. It's somebody that's so by constructing the creatures like that, we could have a large variety of personalities. But I think that there are stuff in the games also, like Tiffany said, like we build the world that Billy's exploring with a theme that's behind that we want to let the player discover and maybe find out clues. But there is something that, going through the Land, the Fried Frost, it's all what's cold. Then you go through the underworld of the Sunken, and then there's a kind of a temple vibe. So with all that teams, we could make enough creatures to create enough of a variety of personalities that you can find. So it was a reverse work.
Yeah, we kind of did it backwards, but
yeah.
But what I liked about this process is that there were a lot of creatures that were designed, like a lot more that appear in the game. Even for the Kickstarter, like there was already a ton of creatures, and we ran through all of them, and we made even more, and then all the team really contributed to see like which one we liked the most and which one we were like able to attach emotions to. Like some, like Eggins, like everybody like had a connection with Eggins with just its visuals, so it was easy to create the character from the visuals. And the fact that like Tony and Tiffany did such a great work in the concept art for the creatures, that like they made a lot of them, and they were like the team could like just know which ones were going to work and which one were not going to work, and it was very fun, the process making.
We had some in-house
votes
and polls. So we're part of like a group of developers in Montreal called the Indie Asylum. There's like 8 companies that are under the same roof, and Manavoid is one of them. So it allowed us sometimes to just kind of riff off of all of the other developers in our hub and say like, listen, here are 12 creatures. We need to drop it down to 6. Which one are going to make it? And then people would just vote for their favorite, and it allowed us to kind of like right away. And some of them were like significantly more favorited than others. So you could tell just by the reaction of people and there's a variety of people in the asylum. Like we're a very diverse group, so it was fun to see like which ones people seem to enjoy more than others, and allowed us to make some decisions there too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the thing that I like the most about it is, so I'm a little bit outside of production because I'm the admin dude. So oftentimes I would just come into the Discord and I'd see like a slew of new characters, and then I'd look and then there would be like a naming process, and the naming process would be very, very, very organic, where it's just like someone would say, I think this person or this character looks like this name, and I'm like, that name makes no sense, but okay. And in the end, they all have their own names, their own personality, and I think right now, after playing the games for like a few hundred hours, I could not see them without their name. You know, like the incarnation is done.
It just makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you so much. We're gonna wrap things up now. I want to first thank the Manavoy team. First, I know you guys are super busy. I again thank you again for taking the time to do this cool panel with us here at Skybound at Skybound Expo, of course. And please, guys, if you guys are interested in following Manavoy, please do. They're on Instagram. They are Manavoid. If I'm correct, let me pull it up. We are Manavoid, to be correct.
We are.
Same thing for Twitter as well. And then Manavoid Entertainment on Facebook. Please give these guys a follow. They're an amazing team. Very, very, very prominent. I see these guys making bigger and better things all the time. Not just because I work with you guys as well, but the fact that outside perspective, working with indie devs, this game is really cool. I can't wait to let my niece and nephew play this game as well. And then of course we got like a cool little trailer after this. So please stick around. You want to check it out. And thank you. Bye. Everybody say bye. We have a good time. Bye, everybody. We love you.
Thank you for having us.
Go wish list Rainbow Billy on Steam.
Yes.
Please do wish list.
Please wish list us.
Yes, wish list. Wish list. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey there! Today, we're going to show you how confrontations play out in Rainbow Billy, the Curse of the Leviathan. There's no violence involved in Billy's encounters. Instead of trying to defeat enemies, you show them empathy, build trust, and become friends along the way. Let's get right to it. You can talk things through with any creature you encounter in order to reveal their true colors. Once you know what they're all about, it's time to choose which of your friends will confront them. During your turn, you'll get a random set of tokens representing creatures you've already befriended. Your friends will have specific abilities related to different colors. Use them to fill the colors of the creatures you're confronting. When you upgrade your friendships, your buddies will also have all kinds of perks you can stack up. In order to befriend new creatures, you'll have to be strategic. Use the different columns and rows to stack up the powers of your friends and recolor creatures even faster. Once you've got your strategy all figured out, beat the minigames to maximize your friends' powers. But look out! Some creatures will have nasty tricks to slow you down, revert, and even cancel out your efforts to reach out to them. But if you manage to bring back color to the creature you're confronting, you'll end up making a brand new friend. Rainbow Billy, the Curse of the Leviathan is coming out this fall, so don't forget to go wishlist us on Steam and try out our free demo.
Oh my goodness, Rainbow Billy, the Curse of the Leviathan that's absolutely adorable. I'm really excited. And it's coming to Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, wait, let me check, Xbox One, and PC soon. But like I said before, get it on your Steam wish list. How adorable is that, Danny?
It's so cute. And I just feel like there's something really sweet about like adding color back into the world. Like I love that element of it. And I don't know, I have so much anxiety all the time. I feel like I need games like this. And it's also ones that, you know, the rest of your family can play as well. People of all ages can play this game. And it's just, it feels really good. I like it.
It absolutely does. And it's also not the only game that publisher Skybound Games has got going on. Of course, we talked about Clementine earlier, Telltale The Walking Dead, where her storyline started, as well as Gang Beasts. And there's so many more things. So please, please check out all of the games that are coming out. But I agree with you. Rainbow Billy, adding to the list because I need the cute.
He's like a little mini Bob Ross. He's just like, I know, it's so sweet. I need Rainbow Billy merch. When is that? I would like some, you know, I need my own little Rainbow Billy. That's what I would like. Papa Skybound. Up next, we have something that's equally as adorable. I'm really excited. As we said, we are both Great British Bake Off fans. And so we have a panel with Kim Joy, who actually has a new game coming out. But yeah, I don't know if I told you this, but I actually made I'm a baker myself. I made the biscuits from Ted Lasso. I don't know if you've seen Ted Lasso
Yeah.
at all, but he has
Mhm.
like famous biscuits, and I made that for my family last week, and I felt very proud of myself, even though it's only 4 ingredients. So I am now also a great. I was
Baker.
American. Yeah, there we go.
American
I'm like
baker.
a great. I'm British, but well, he's in Great Britain. I'm British by association.
There you go. There you go. Well, yeah, and this is another reason why Kendra's another reason why I like baking more than I like cooking. So you've got to check this out. This is great.
Yes. Yeah. Coming up right now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah. I'm from the Skybound creative team over here in Los Angeles. And I have the pleasure of speaking with Kim Joy today. I'm so excited. Kim Joy was introduced to the world when she competed on the 2018 season of the Great British Bake Off and placed as a finalist. Since then, she's written multiple cookbooks that have inspired chefs of all ages to create bakes that make you smile. So welcome, Kim Joy. So excited to have you here.
Well, thank you for having me. Exciting.
Yeah.
My lovely
Yeah.
as well. Sounds cool.
Would love to start, with a pretty easy question, I hope, but probably an insightful one. How did you first get into baking?
Oh, I mean, I don't know if I've got the most easy, straightforward answer for that because none of my family bake, and it's just something that I kind of picked up a little bit. I think what it was with baking was I realized I don't know the exact moment this happened, but I realized that you can bake something and then give it to people, and then it's a really good icebreaker and it's a really good way to get people to like you. And so from there, I just enjoyed trying to keep doing the same recipe, trying to make it better, and then adding my own little twist to it.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to get in. Definitely. And obviously, as I mentioned in your intro, fans will probably know you from the Great British Bake Off. I wonder if there's anything that would surprise fans to learn about the Great British Bake Off experience, and maybe what one of your favorite memories is from that experience.
Oh, I guess people might be, because I think sometimes with the way it's shown, it looks like they give you the challenge and then you just do it, but you do practice it beforehand. But actually, before you film any of the episodes, you actually practice every single week and you submit your recipes for every single week, which is why it's even more gutting if you go home in week 1, because you practice every single week. And it's sort of hard when you're practicing anyway, because when you're practicing for the last week, you're kind of like, is there any point? I don't think anyone did. I think you just try and figure that out a bit later on. You had it was like a double-barreled question, and I can't remember.
Yes, it was. Just a favorite memory from that experience.
Favorite memory is probably just being in the final and then just seeing everybody with friends and family, just waiting there. And it's so weird because for the whole experience, it's just like you guys and the film crew, and then suddenly it's like it mingles with the rest of the world, and it's quite surreal. It all combines.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, I'm sure that was a surreal experience to have to go through. But clearly, it's really, you know, just launched your amazing career, and it also is the reason why we have brought you here today. Partially, it's because we have launched a baking card game with you. So I'd love you to show off the game box if you could right now.
Yeah. We'll show it.
Yeah, I want to note that this is an earlier prototype version of the game, and the box will look even greater in the final product.
Yeah.
But I wanted to know, how did you first get into card games?
So when I moved to Leeds, it's like north of England, because I moved here for my master's degree, and I didn't know anyone really apart from like my course. I thought I'll join a board game club, which is also how I actually met my partner. So I used to go every single week, and we used to play board games, and I played games with him. But he owns the shops, selling, like running the board game nights as well. And yeah, that was but before that I played a little bit, but that was when I got mostly into it, because it's just, I think, because I'm not really that good with just talking to new people. So it kind of helps when you have a board game you can play, and you don't have to like do like small talk and stuff. You can just play a game, and it's just such a great way to bring people together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of that, there is an aspect of this game that I think is really special, and it's a cooperative style board game instead of player versus player. Would love to know like why you wanted to make it that kind of style.
I think like with the Bake Off, and what everyone loves about that is how people help each other. And I felt like it really fitted as well with me. And like I like competitive games as well as cooperative, but I just thought it really fitted with the whole theme of the baking, and you need to work together and create something. And I can picture families of young kids playing it together, because it's not so like, you know, something's really competitive. I like me and my partner Nabil, I can get a bit competitive sometimes, but I'm a secret competitive. So on the outside, I don't look competitive at all. But I think you're most competitive with people like who you're close to. So yeah, if I lost a couple of times, I'd be like, I'm not really into that game as much anymore.
Yeah.
So I think with this it's nice when you can work together and you don't have that competitive element as part of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that is something that all families can really enjoy, is not tearing each other apart, but actually coming together to make something really unique and special. What is your favorite part about the game?
Ooh, I love the artwork. Lindo does the artwork, is amazing.
Do you want to show some of the cards?
Yeah. So that's the cover, by the way. But it's
do you want to hold that up just a little closer so we can get a better shot? There we go.
Prototype version. There's nothing on the back at the moment. But yeah, it's super cute. The artwork, and that's me. And loads of cute animals. Let me find some of the cards. I mean, it's just like super colorful, and all of the characters have loads of personality. So that's like the Fraser Cake customer, who's, I'm trying to tilt it in the right way, but I can't reverse the camera thing in my brain. Yeah, super cute. And loads of, I love this one. Had to have a turtle card. So it's Turtle Eclipse of the Tart. So we've got loads of like puns in there. Love it.
That's awesome.
Look at this panda. I just think with the artwork, it really brings it to life, and you can really, I love games where you can build a story in your brain. So it's not just so mechanical. You're actually thinking about the environment and the setting and really building up a story. And immersing yourself into it.
Kim Joy, what was it like working with Skybound?
Really, really, really perfect. It just all came together. And so I met Ben and James at a convention. And I think it was San Diego, but we met at 2 conventions where we were discussing it just sort of came up that I could, because I was thinking I really wanted to do a card game. And I never thought it would really happen actually, but they were really keen, Ben and James were, on making it happen, and we just made it work. And then they came to London and we discussed it again there. And I just think their ideas for the game, as well as my sort of, because I wanted it to be exactly what it is now, so like magical and fun and something where the art really draws you in. And there's story involved. So yeah, they just sort of shared that vision, and it's perfect.
What bake from the game would you be most excited to create?
Oh, I really can't pick. There's so many that I love, and it's hard to pick. I mean, I love the fondant fancies. I've made them before, but they've got so the customer card for the fondant fancies is a little mouse. So I'm not showing that to the camera. The camera's
yep, a little over. There you go.
So it's a mouse. So maybe I could do like a mouse version of fondant fancies. Like make a few of them and then have like a mice's head popping out of one. That would be pretty fun. So I feel like I'd love to take inspiration from all the cards, but involve the animal with the bake. Like with the custard tart, maybe I could put a giraffe on there somehow, like a stencil. That would be cool. Jaffa cakes I've done before, but never a monkey version. I don't know how that would work. I'd have to think about that a bit more.
That's awesome. So speaking of monkeys and mice, what is your favorite magical world to spend time in? And what is your favorite creature and animals to incorporate into your design?
My favorite magical world to spend time in, like a real magical world.
I mean, it could be, but in terms of where you set your beautiful bakes, you create all these beautiful, winter wonderlands or a magical forest, aliens. You just have so many different fun worlds.
I don't know. I do love a winter wonderland, and I love forests as well. I love that whole dark and cozy kind of feel. I don't know, all of them. I love all the different magical worlds on cake. I'm trying to, because tomorrow I've got to make a birthday cake for a little girl who's turning 4, and who's a friend's little girl. And I was thinking I'm definitely should do some kind of magical world of like incorporating unicorn things and mermaids. So that kind of magical world is fun too, but I don't know what it's called. That kind of like rainbow magical world.
Like a Lisa Frank experience.
Yeah. That's
awesome. And then are there particular animals that you like to include? I know you love cats.
I do love cats. Cats are probably, I just like cats are really expressive, and they're not too complicated in terms of their form. You can make them quite simply. And I've got 2 cats as well. So I'm a little bit biased with that. But I love trying to put new and different animals in my bakes. So anything that I've not done before. But yeah, cute stuff's always good. Pandas, love pandas. Bumblebees, there's a bumblebee flying around the house at the moment. That's why I thought bumblebees, nice and cute and sort of round. Bunnies, all of it really.
That's awesome. And because it is summertime, and I know it's really hot here in Los Angeles, and I can assume it's also getting toasty in the UK. Are there favorite summertime treats that you like to make?
I definitely love pavlova. Anything with cream and loads of fresh fruit is always good for the summer. And creme brulee I'm really into. Don't know if that's quite a summertime dessert. I don't know if I necessarily think in terms of a summer dessert and a winter dessert. it's just all acceptable all year round.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And then more getting into the basics of baking, because I'm sure we'll have people who are watching who maybe haven't ventured into the kitchen yet to bake their first, dessert. What would you say is your best tip for someone who's just starting out?
Oh, for some, I think it depends. I think the main thing is to find what aspect of baking that you enjoy the most, because there's no point doing something that you don't enjoy, because there's so many different branches of baking, I guess, and also what you enjoy eating the most. So if you enjoy eating like a lot, like bread the most, and you think you'll enjoy the process of making bread, then delve a bit deeper into that. I think you've always got an instinct of what part baking you're drawn to, but then also just like gradually increase the sort of difficulty or the length of the bakes so that you're not disheartened because you've tried to make like a really difficult thing straight away. But then it's also fun to just challenge yourself as well, but don't, like, if you make mistakes, just don't. I kind of expect mistakes, and mistakes are cool, and sometimes really amazing things happen out of those mistakes. And I make mistakes as well, and it's fine.
That's great advice. As someone who's an amateur baker herself, I am constantly making mistakes and have yet to give up. So keep pushing through, guys. I would love to know, what are some essential tools that you would recommend to people who are starting out? What's in your arsenal of bakeware?
Again, depends what kind of area of baking you're going into. But I mean, I guess a rolling pin is always useful if you're making bread, biscuits, cookies, maybe cake as well if you're rolling out like fondant or something. So rolling pin. If you're getting into biscuits, just get a couple of basic biscuit cutter shapes. So just some circles and squares. And if you want to make your own, you can just make paper templates and cut around them. So you don't have to invest in, I think a lot of people think you've got to invest in loads of different equipment, but I think just invest in the basics and then gradually you'll end up with way too much stuff like me. It's like it's everywhere. Always get some good food dyes, because I don't know what it's like over in the US, but here we like a lot of the food dyes in supermarkets aren't very good, and they're not very pigmented. So when you bake like a cake, for instance, the dyes just look really grey and washed out. So you want to get, and that can be a bit disappointing. So invest in good quality food dyes. And if you're doing cakes, it's so good to have an offset palette knife. It's like a palette knife that goes like that. Just super useful for buttercream and everything. And just like a big flat. A turntable is pretty good if you're doing cakes, and you can get super cheap ones for like £5-10 ish. I had one of those for ages and it didn't even turn properly, but it was fine. I kind of, when you get used to something that doesn't work, but you think there's nothing better out there, but it was fine and it did the job. And flat smooth scraper, like metal scraper, that's pretty cheap as well. That's just for smoothing out if you're doing cakes, like smoothing out the buttercream sides. And a paintbrush is pretty useful if you want to decorate or dust things. Things like that don't cost too much. And if you're doing cakes, just like some cake tins, just get one size, like 7 or 8 inch round cake tin, and get at least 2 of them, because then you can do like a tall cake if you wanted to. Or if you have one, it's a bit limiting, because if you want to do a sandwich cake, you got to take it out and wash it and do another. So get 2.
That's a long list, but I'm sure everyone will appreciate how detailed and thorough of an answer that was. So I thank you. And then I know this is going to be a hard one for you to potentially. I'm guessing it's a hard one for you to answer. But do you have a favorite cooking or baking gadget that you love, that you just always go to?
That is hard. I think probably a balloon whisk is always a good adding to my list from earlier. Hand, like a metal balloon whisk that you use, just the hand one, is useful. Whipped cream, you can do lots of stuff with it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And then last but certainly not least of all these questions is, are there any skills from baking that has helped you in other areas of your life?
Oh, definitely from being on Bake Off. You have to be super organized, and you have to, so like when I was on, I wrote down this bit will take 15 minutes, but whilst I'm doing that for 15 minutes, I'll be doing this other bit, which will take 5 minutes. And then whilst I'm doing that, I'll be watching the oven, which will need taking out, which might take a minute to put onto the cooling rack. So it's things like that. Organization. I think baking helps you to be organized, but also, I don't know, I'm not that I'm sort of organized in some realms, but it helps you be organized when you really need to be organized. It doesn't make you organized all the time, but it helps you when it matters.
Yeah, that's a great thing. I should definitely take up baking. It would help me stay organized in other areas of my life, clearly.
Yeah.
And then we have obviously a lot of wonderful Expo attendees that are watching this. I would love to know, you guys, in the comments below, if you wanted to note what you would like to see from Kim Joy and Kim Joy's Magic Bakery brand in the future. Is there a show, plushies, perhaps a cookbook of game recipes? Feel free to note below. Well, thank you so much, Kim Joy, for joining this panel. We have obviously the Kim Joy Magic Bakery game. Do you want to show off the box once more?
One more time.
One more time. That's it, guys. And again, that's the prototype, and the final product is even more incredible and magical. But yeah, so stay on up to date on all things Kim Joy's Magic Bakery and Skybound Tabletop. Follow Skybound Tabletop across social media. And then Kim Joy, can you please share where we can follow you on your socials? And feel free to also mention if there are any other projects that you want to bring up.
Yes, I'm on Instagram, on all social media as @KimJoy'sKitchen. And I've got a new book out as well, called Celebrate of Kim Joy, which is exciting. Yeah.
Very exciting. Can't wait to pick up a copy of that. Well, thank you again. And I hope you all enjoyed this thrilling conversation that we just had, and stay tuned for more.
Hello, welcome to my temporary kitchen, which is kind of like my old kitchen, which was also a bit of a temporary kitchen. But anyway, that's a different topic because that's not what I'm here for. Today I am showing you a raspberry pavlova with little penguins on top to make it extra cute. You can't just have standard raspberry pavlova, you've got to have some animals to live in it and bring it to life. So yeah, this bake is actually inspired by, so I've got a game, a card game, which is very exciting, I know, it's like, which is at pre-order, and it's here, it's behind me. It's called Kim Joy's Magic Bakery. It's super, I mean, one of my other loves other than baking is card games, and that's how me and my partner Nabil met. I nearly didn't say his name properly. I'm sorry, Nabil, I know how to say your name. But yeah, that's how we met. This bake is inspired by the game, and in particular it's inspired by this card, a raspberry pavlova card. So I'm going to make that, but in real form, because the card is great, but you can't eat it. I haven't tried eating the card version, but I just don't think it would go down that well. So I need to make it an edible version. So I've laid out in front of me all the different ingredients that you're going to need. There's not that many, really. For the actual pavlova, it's these ingredients here. And then for like your cream and your raspberries and toppings and stuff, it's your ingredients here. And then these ingredients are just for the penguins on top, which I say are optional, but they shouldn't be optional, but I mean, you can leave them out. So these are ingredients, the main ingredients for the actual pavlova. So it's just a meringue, so you want eggs, sugar, caster sugar is better, like fine sugar, and then moving over to here. So these ingredients are for filling your pavlova, so raspberries, fresh raspberries. I'm just using some mint from the garden, but you can use some basil instead. Just adds like an extra layer of complexity. Vanilla is always good. The lemon is just to make your coulis, which is like the raspberry sauce in the middle, which is super easy to make, takes seconds, well, or a minute, just over a minute. And then double cream, because you want to whip that up and get that in your pavlova. And then here is just all the stuff for your optional penguins. So you want some marshmallows, you want the white ones, not the pink ones. And some orange food dye, and some fondant, because you're going to turn your bit of fondant orange. Some chocolate, which you're going to melt, just a tiny bit. And some edible eyes, because they need eyes. So ingredient wise, that's it. So I'm just going to go into showing you how to make the actual pavlova next. So to start, it's really easy, just cracking 180 grams of egg white into here, which is about 5 eggs-ish, but it can vary. And then I've weighed out my sugar here. So I'm just going to whisk it on like 1 or 2. I'm whisking on high. So normally I wouldn't try and stop the meringue totally for this long, but just whilst I'm chatting, it should be fine. I'm gonna add just a tablespoon of my caster sugar, a little bit extra. So a minute, whisk it, and then literally just keep repeating that. A minute, whisk it, add sugar, whisk a minute, run around, add more sugar, whisk a minute, run around. You want to make sure that sugar is all dissolved in the meringue and it's not really granular for a good pavlova meringue. So yeah, whisking, running around. Cool! So that is all done now. My mixer is too warm. All the sugar has been added. You'll notice how the meringue goes super glossy and it's stiff peaks, so it doesn't really go anywhere. Whilst that's been mixing, it helps just to get your baking papers and pans ready. So yeah, on these baking trays, you might be able to see this. I've drawn it's like a faint circle, but I've drawn it on the reverse side, because if you do it on top, then it transfers to your pavlova. So just try like do a dollop on each of them, which is similar really. So yeah, just make sure that's sort of split evenly-ish between them all. So just use the back of tablespoon or spatula or whatever, and just, you can see the edges of where you've drawn your circle, and just spread it out to those edges. Just really roughly, I mean it doesn't even have to be exact. They're going to bake for at least an hour off to the oven. So I've had a little bit of a break, probably eaten too much meringue, but no I haven't, there's no such thing, there's no such thing. Yeah, so I've melted some of my chocolate in a little bowl, just like chop it up and melt in the microwave, super easy. I'm gonna use that to decorate penguins, which require white marshmallow bases. Okay, so melt the chocolate, get a paintbrush. So you just paint it just across. I mean, you're just doing like, you know, the black markings on a penguin. Just paint it down the edges. So that is the chocolate coating on one. And then you are going to need to make a little orange beak. So just a tiny bit of fondant, food dye is on my plan. So just knead that orange in. Pinch a little bit off for your beak, just teeny tiny bit. Like that. There you go, so just pinch pinch off the tiniest speck, and then hello Inky. Hello. Inky. Oh. No, I haven't even whipped the cream yet. That's later. Oh, he won't want to stay. He's very active. You're very active, aren't you? Come on then. No. What? I need to make penguins. Putting eyes on the penguin. So I'm just using these edible eyes. They're really nice and easy. I'm just gonna empty them and find some good ones. Yeah, 2 little edible eyes. And ta-da! Pavlovas, all looking amazing. Pretty much crack-free, which doesn't always happen. Yeah, so I'm gonna just let them cool a bit before assembling. But I think I'm just gonna let them cool on here. You can put them on a cooling rack, but I'll just let them cool on their trays and then do the fun part, which is assembling and put it all together. So my pavlovas are now cool. I have prepped all of my ingredients I'm going to use to assemble it. So double cream, nicely whipped up. You want it to soft peaks. I've also made my coulis as well, which is in here, which is lovely and tart and it's amazing. Okay, so pavlova layer 1, and this is like so easy. It's like the easiest thing in the world. This is, here's the technique. Dollop the cream. There's the technical term, dollop it. It's whipped with some vanilla paste as well, so it's like, tastes amazing. But no sugar in the cream because the meringue is already so sweet that you don't want too much sugar. Make it a little bit messy, always makes it appealing. And then just stud your raspberries, and then I've got just get your coulis and dollop it again. Dollop some blobs of that. Then I like to use mint leaves. You can use basil leaves. Just gives it a bit of freshness and interest, and that bit of green always looks nice. And then tier 2 goes on top. And then, yeah, you're just kind of repeating, do the same thing again. Dollop that cream on, but make sure you save lots of cream for the top. This time I'm going to embed a little penguin. I'm going to embed in there. And then, yep, just pop all those raspberries around again. And put this layer, make it sit on that penguin. And chuck all of that extra cream. Just pour it on. Look at that! So not like the coolest thing you've ever seen. Kind of just want to leave it like that really, but I'm gonna smush it out a bit more. Pile of raspberries in that center. Pile them up wherever, scatter them around, and get your little penguins. And this is the fun bit, really. Just kind of embed them wherever you see fit. Oh, it looks so good. So I never know how to cut into pavlova. I just think, do you cut it? Do you spoon it? I don't know. But first one I'm gonna cut. Sorry, penguins. Gonna do a big wedge. Look at this. Oh my god. Look at these layers. Like pavlova is just the best thing. There's nothing more superior than this in life. I hope you've enjoyed this video. I hope you've enjoyed stepping out of the world and into a penguin paradise for a little bit. I'm going now with this. Bye-bye. Bye.
My gosh, I loved that game.
It's so cute. It's like just the baking version of like every favorite. It's like an Uno for baking version of
Yes.
cooking and stuff. I love that. It's so cute too. All the little artwork and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And her kitchen.
I also feel like it's just a fun gift idea. I feel like I'm always getting stumped on like what to give people as a gift. And I feel like that's such a good, I mean, it's like such a safe, fun gift that you could give to anyone, but especially if you have a Great British Bake Off fan, yes, in your household as friends. I don't know if I told you this, but during the pandemic, my friends and I we all Zoomed and watched the Great British Bake Off while I was cooking. So like I would be cutting up things. I did it with Joelle Monique. I don't know if you know Joelle Monique and Sabina Graves.
Wow.
Every week we would Zoom together and I would be like chopping and doing my onions and like we would be talking as I'm like throwing things in the skillet. It just made it, the time go by faster because then I would also clean, which is the whole other part they don't show you. That takes forever.
No, it does. And the funny thing about that show is it's like the nicest competition. Just like she's like the sweetest person. Like her smile and everything. Also her kitchen. Hello. But yeah, I love like the little foxes and the cats and the ducks and and like you said before.
Penguins.
Yes.
I feel like we have a pin. Yep.
Yes. Look at this pin. Oh my God. I want this pin. It's a penguin with a cookie. Somebody get me this pin because I don't think there's that many.
There's 200. There are 200. So if you pre-order and you're one of the first 200 people right now to pre-order, you will get this cute penguin pin with a cookie. He might be French. He looks, I'm pretending that's like a little beret and that like his little striped shirt, but so adorable.
It is. Hang on. I'm pre-ordering. I need this pin. Give me a second.
So, but I could see like the light from your screen like flashing and changing.
I need to find this pin immediately.
I'm sure we can work something out and slide one your way.
Right, Uncle Skybound, please.
Uncle Skybound just changes at all times. It's like God. It's just like omnipresent. It's like I call it Papa Skybound, Uncle Skybound, Mama Skybound. Skybound is always listening.
No, I wanted to say uncle because otherwise people are going to ask, wait, they're sisters? So, I'm a cousin.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know what I was doing. I was the daughter of Skybound. Please, Papa Skybound. I do tweet at the Skybound account that several times. So everyone that runs the account has to deal with me constantly. But speaking of people that have to deal with me all the time, Attack Peter. He is in our Skybound family. He's one of our beloved members of the Skybound family.
He's amazing. I love all of his artwork and his style and everything is fantastic.
He's so original and he's very, very sweet. He's one of those people because we've gotten to work with him on camera and off camera, y'all. He's one of those people that is just as kind and sweet off camera as he is on camera. And I feel like that's really important.
He is. The last Skybound I did actually, I just recently saw the Daruma that he just sketched the last time I did one of these with Hector. And it's amazing. And after that event, he like DM'd me. He was like, thank you so much. You guys were amazing. And I was like, oh, he's such a sweet person. Like he's a genuinely nice person, which shouldn't be such an exception, but I love it.
I know. I just always like the audience knowing because we have to work with so many people. Luckily, everyone in our Skybound family is so sweet and kind and always has our backs. But yeah, I always just like letting people know when someone is super sweet and kind and supportive. So that is Attack Peter. Amongst his many talents. So he is actually going to be doing a live drawing for us right now. So that is coming up this very second.
I was just enjoying the co-hosts saying such nice things about me. I say we just like sit back with our
While stuffing your face.
delicious noodles. Just eat them.
Are you enjoying? Because you were like halfway through that thing.
They're
already.
good. They got a little heat.
A little heat.
It could use some tunes to eat in the background while I eat
You
this.
want more tunes?
Yeah, put a little beat for us.
A little beat.
Yeah, just
you want something chill?
Yeah, I don't really have a full
Is that a little
That's
too
cool.
loud?
That's cool. I'm just gonna eat this.
You have to talk. You can't just eat this whole panel.
Well, this is really good.
They are really good.
And I was gonna do a shtick with it, but it's just good. So
I know
I'm
there's
gonna
nothing
have
you
this.
can't.
Yeah.
He's just gonna have it off
I'm
camera.
gonna have it here.
Slowly slurp one noodle from off camera at all times.
There's nothing better than having a sponsor whose product you can eat.
Yeah,
and that literally is the best. So amazing, getting to, well, first of all, let's start.
Yeah, let's
start here.
Yeah.
Play the theme music again.
Again.
Okay.
Should I pump it up a little?
Yeah. Okay, that's the intro now.
There you go.
All right. All right, now put the other music back.
Okay, gotcha.
There he is. Oh, okay, welcome. What's up? And welcome to another episode of Attack with me, Peter Santa Maria, here at Skybound Expo. I freaking love these things. It's like mini cons that you can enjoy from the comfort of your own home, on your couch, on your phone, who knows what you're doing, ignoring a family member at lunch, and while you have the phone right there, like up against the bowl, but they can't see the phone, but you're kind of like looking at it, you're like, oh, yeah, but you're like listening with one ear pod, but like the small ones that don't stick out, so they can't, it's awesome.
Yeah.
However you're choosing to enjoy us today, thank you so much for joining. We have so much awesome stuff. Gabby is here.
Hi.
Off cam, but she is here. And you guys, we have so much to do and talk about. Let's say hi to the gang in the chat, because I know we have a fun gang in the chat. Oh, let's see. Raph smells eggs. That's not how you start this. All right. Right. What's up, Todd, Ricardo, Omnibusters, Jolly Ginger Giant, Ryan Honorado, Landon, Todd. See who else we got here. Adam. Cat Anime. I see a lot of the print crew. I see John Price. What's up, Xavier? Thank you all, especially from the print crew. If you're not aware, there's an awesome Facebook group started by all the fans called Attack Peter Print Crew. It's a great place to go if you ever like looking for older prints, buy, sell, trade. They don't, they look out for each other. And if you can't attend an expo like today, they'll happily get it for you and just ship it to you. So it's really cool. But we have so much to do.
We do.
We have an amazing Takaro Universe print. The first appearance of one of our biggest villains, Virik Koros. That's today, dropping today. I'm going to print one of those, and then there'll be an amazing link that you can click in the chat and go right to the Skybound store, pre-order yours. It's going to be awesome. We'll talk about it. But right off the bat, check this out.
Oh, that's right. We really do have to talk about that.
Yes, we have to talk about this.
Oh.
So we came out, you guys, if you guys follow us in the streams on YouTube, we do a stream usually every couple weeks now on Thursdays. YouTube channel, Attack Peter. I released a print of little baby Takaro as an exclusive on the stream. Let me get out of this. There we go.
Baby Taquito.
Yeah, he's got lots of names of endearment. Taquito, Lil Taco, Taco Tuesday. But so yeah, yesterday, day before yesterday, I think Thursday night, we released a bunch of merch, shirts and stickers, hoodies, mugs. Attack Peter Mug Club in the house. I know you're out there. So you can get this design now at the Skybound store. So just so you know, if you guys like wearing the artwork even more than hanging it up, there's some new good stuff in there. Now, the fine folks at Nongshim who sponsored this event and who sent all this delicious snack food for us, when I saw the mascot that they have on the artwork and all that was a tiger, I was like, oof, perfect opportunity. We did so many great animal themed prints this year. We did the Warhog print. Mm-hmm. We did
the shark this year?
We did some sharks this year.
We did the shark.
We did the Year of the Ox print this year.
That's right. And the Battle Boar.
The Warhog, yeah.
Warhog.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Warhog.
I like Battle Boar better.
That was good.
Okay.
We can do that one later. At a different
okay. He was battle ready. In
He's
fairness.
battle ready for war as a hog, Warhog. And
is a boar and a hog the same thing?
There's some scientific differences, I think, but I'm not gonna go through them now. People know. I'm not gonna insult.
Everybody
dermatologists.
knows already.
And then before we also did the rhino this year, the rabbit this year. So we have like a whole series of animal themed prints that have been going on. And I said, I was wanting to continue doing them. And the one I wanted to do next happened to be a tiger. So when I saw that the Nongshim logo was a tiger, we got together with them and we said, let's do a tiger print to commemorate that. And I want to show that to you guys. It's really exciting because it's, animal artwork that I love to make, but ramen noodle based artwork, which is a huge plus. So I'm going to show you guys the print right now. I think my friends behind the scenes have the artwork ready too. So I'm going to show it here and then I'm going to print one live for all of you guys. So right off the bat, we're going to drop a print. There it is.
Yeah, look at that guy.
Here's one of them right here. So you can see that. Yeah, so this is the Shin Noodle Soup design featuring their tiger. And a lot of designs baked in. You can see the Shin logo and his fur and the little cup of noodles in the front. And this was a lot of fun to design, to kind of embrace all the awesome design elements that they already have in their Nongshim tiger design, but also put some of the elements that you guys enjoy from the Attack Peter artwork, like the style, images, like the little stars, the face design, stuff like that. So it was great to marry all those for this image. And I wanted to give you guys a chance to see it. We're going to make some available to y'all today. One of the most sought after prints I ever did was a ramen print with a three-headed dragon, an unofficial three-headed dragon on it. And people ask me about it all the time. So I'm like, we got to make more ramen art because that's fun.
I agree.
And so here we are. So yeah, so here's the print. Now in my hands here, I'm going to show it to you guys. It's a big boy.
18 by 24, correct?
The image is 18 by 24. The paper is 30 by 20. So it has the same size as all of our other large prints.
Yeah.
But I'm going to now do a print on the spot. Live. So you guys can see it. And then while we do that, if whoever's running our store wants to put they already put them in. The limited edition tiger prints are available. I'm going to do a print.
Go for it, guys.
I feel like I haven't seen you guys in a while. How's everybody doing?
It's been a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is awesome. And it smells like delicious noodles.
You have been quite busy.
We've been super busy.
Yeah. There's been a lot going on. I mean, on top of designing and printing that, but also the other print that you're going to be revealing today.
Ah, yes.
Virik
Koros. Yeah, Virik Koros.
How did you come up with that name?
I was walking Wonton and I was trying to like come up with a name that's like alien, but I'll get more into that when we get into it for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So do I have art cam available to my folks in the back? So I'm going to run this guy right here. So for those of you who don't know, if this is your first time seeing the artwork that I make, let me fix that cam. There's my noodles.
It's very important to get the noodles into this picture. Okay. Yeah.
So if you don't know, the way I make my artwork is I take a material called linoleum, which is like a leathery material, and I draw my design in reverse, and then I carve the design out using these like little carving tools, or like basically gouge blades. And then anything that doesn't get carved, that remains uncarved, that's a raised area that I pass ink over with a brayer like I'm about to do right now. And that is how we make the print. So here's the giant Mjolnir braid. Look at the size of this thing, by the way. It's huge. So you can see that. It's a big boy. It's a two-hander. And so yeah, I ink every one of these prints up. So if you ever get a print from me, there is nothing in between me and you with the artwork. The artwork gets made by hand. The paper's handmade. We import it from Nepal. And then the carving is done by hand. The drawing is done by hand. Each one is printed by hand. And to me, that's the most exciting part of this, is that there is large handmade artwork available to people for the prices that you would get, sometimes a screen print or a digital print. And so I'm really excited to do that for people. Let's see here. So yeah, so I'm going to go and ink this little boy up.
Takes a lot of ink, doesn't it?
Yeah, it takes a lot of ink.
How many passes do you have to do before it's like completely
I do like
saturated?
One really good pass, but I might do some touch-ups. Meanwhile, what's going on in the chat while I'm doing this?
You asking me?
Yeah, you're the
I
one who
do
can
not
read
have
it.
access to the chat.
You don't have the YouTube open?
Oh no, I don't.
You should pull it up.
I should.
All right, let's see.
I was wondering how you were talking to them. I kept trying to open up the chat and
I thought I was
on my end, and I'm like,
You're
where is
usually
the chat?
go-between.
I know. That's why I felt a little. Okay, here we go. There it is.
Talk to me. Who's there?
Now I can see it. Raph says the tiger looks like he's saying, "Say what?" He does have that kind of side. I like. What?
That's the same face I made when they sent boxes of free ramen to my house. I'm like,
Oh, and we got multiple shipments
Yeah.
too. So every day it was a surprise of like, and more noodles.
part of me was like, did they get too many by accident? But I wasn't gonna ask. I'm just gonna hold on to them.
Raph wants to have a print that is just a block of uncooked ramen. Oh, it would actually be kind of cool to print something with the noodle. Like if you just take the block and
that would be
print
pretty
it,
cool.
that
Yeah,
is
maybe
really
we can
fun.
try. It would have to be like like those ones that are before they're cooked. Yeah, that's an awesome idea.
Well, yeah, because they're like.
we
super
will
stiff,
do it on
right?
a stream.
Oh, maybe we need to do it. Yeah.
We will do it on a stream. All right, so I think this is gonna be my last bray of bray.
Okay.
I think I made up a word. Roll of ink here.
Yeah.
And then
Todd wants to know if we get a free cup of ramen with each purchase.
it's gonna be
Talk to Skybound.
It's gonna be ramen steamed, so you're gonna have a whiff because I'm gonna be eating it while I'm making.
Right,
them.
it will be scented.
Yes.
It's like a special edition scratch and sniff.
Scent not guaranteed. All right, so Gabby, talk to the people
I am talking to the
while I go and run this print.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Apparently the ramen print is not in the shop yet, but I'm sure it will be up very soon if you just give the good folks at Skybound a second to post that link. I believe it is pinned, the link. So maybe just refresh it a few times until you see it pop up. But it should be in there. But yeah, man, we missed you guys. We haven't been on a live stream in a couple of weeks now, but I promise Peter and I have both been extremely busy pumping out new material, really working hard on a lot of new designs for you guys, keep things fresh. But it is nice to be back for a little while, at least to hang out with you guys and talk about all these new prints. Let's see. So yeah, I am checking the store. I don't see it up yet, but like I said, if you just continue to refresh, I'm sure you will see that print pop up very soon. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Printed on ramen paper by Landon Foster. What is ramen paper? I don't know, but maybe you should make it. Maybe that's your $1 million idea. Oh my God, ramen scented latke would be so good.
All right, so you can see I'm pulling this guy here off the carving.
Nice. It's a clean pull right there.
Look at that. So you can see.
Fresh.
All right, give me the one, or the main, the one. What I don't know if it's the one or not.
I think it's the one.
But yeah, Ian and gang, give me the main cam for a second here. So that is the fresh print right there. Just pulled it off the block. And now this is how I will make every single one of you guys prints.
Incredible.
I'm stoked on these because it really lines up super well with the other ones I was talking about. But even if this is the only chance you ever get to get some of my artwork, this one stands alone. It's got a great vertical vibe.
I do like your advertisement posters.
It's
I think
fun.
That they're like a fun little,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
It feels.
It felt like a little flexing some muscles I haven't flexed in a while. So I had a lot of fun doing it and really getting that expression, that jumping, happy vibe, and the little steam lines coming out the cup. I'm super stoked on this one. I actually think we might frame this one for our house.
Yeah.
Because I don't usually put up my own work in my house.
No, but that one.
But this one could be the
that
one.
one could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you guys, the link. Let's see, Skybound folks in the background. Hopefully they throw that
print
link.
Is coming soon, says Skybound Official.
Oh.
So just keep an eye out on that.
Okay.
I don't think it's sold out, guys. It's just not active yet. So
Okay.
just keep an eye on that store link, and
Yeah, we'll let you know. We'll keep
will
going.
Grab one. Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
All right, it's up. I see it on the.
All right,
I
cool.
see it on the shop.
No, came in sold out. Refresh it. Refresh it.
No, it's not sold out. It's still available. Don't panic, everybody.
Everybody calm down.
Everybody settle down.
Meanwhile,
It's already up. Just refresh if you don't see it on the page, and you'll see it there. It should be the first one on the shop page. And yeah, there's still plenty available. Go ahead and have at it, everybody.
all right, you guys. Let me get a quick bite while you do that, and then we're gonna move on to taco.
Make sure you give us our +1 in the chat so
Oh,
we
yeah,
know
let me
who
know.
picked
Let me
one
know.
up. We would love to congratulate you and applaud you for your for your generosity.
Amazing. John Price, thank you, sir.
Yeah, John Price. Todd got a mug too. Welcome to the Mug Club.
The edition size is 75.
Bosco
so it's
got
super.
one.
Oh, what's up, Bosco? Super small run of these 75 prints. We might do some like screen prints in the future with them and have some like fun colorways and stuff like that. But if you're collecting like the handmade stuff, this is the edition. So 75 of them up, handmade, each one 20 by 30, signed, numbered, my little stamp on it. I will do all of that good stuff.
Sean D got one. Thank you so much, Sean.
Sean D, what up?
How you doing without them spicy noodles?
I love them.
Are you?
At first, I was like,
because
okay,
we're not spicy
no.
people.
And I'm gonna tell you something. At first, I'm like, okay, it's spicy. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to power through it for the
But
gig.
you're doing it.
But it's actually like it's good.
I think it's
It's
one
a
of
good
those things
spice.
that
Yeah, yeah.
your body starts to get used to spice after a while, and you just start to enjoy
It's the
it.
kind of heat that like you want. You feel like a champion when you're eating it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, because there are some that are way too spicy, but that one like does not bum me out at all.
No, I'm gonna crush this after the stream. Okay. All right. Plus
Todd
one. insert
Noise
some
got
noodles.
one. Nice.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, lettuce. Oh my God, let me a drink.
Nara
this is-
got one. Thank you so much, Nara. That's it. Take a minute. You can cool down the fires.
Yeah. I'm gonna like reset up here real quick, just a little something.
I wonder how the chat. How do you feel about these ramen noodles? Spicy or not spicy? What do you think? I tend to be on the
Spicy.
I do like spicy. I do like spicy because I feel like if I have to make them spicy on my own, I'm never gonna do it right.
Yeah.
But if it already comes spicy, like these Shin noodles,
Yeah, that's actually-
then like I don't have to worry
Yeah.
about it. It's just heat it up and go.
All right. Awesome. Now look, everybody. Let's talk about. Let's see. Everybody good? Everybody got that?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm actually gonna before we get into the next print, I'm actually gonna talk about the last print that we released on Expo. So for those of you who are watching, you know, you maybe remember that I'm gonna show and talk about it for a second.
Todd says he's getting hungry with this Attack Peter mukbang, which is exactly what this is turning into. See, almost everybody in the chat likes the spicy. Ooh, Todd says we should throw an egg in there. Not a bad idea, Todd. That's a stovetop prep, which I'm not opposed to. I do like making my noodle cups in a pot on the stove because then I can add like you said, like an egg, or I can add some green onions, and I can really like make it custom and special. But you already start with such a good base that's so tasty and like ready to rock. So even if you didn't want to do anything at all, you are still going to get an awesome meal. And what I really like about these Shin noodle cups is like those, they come with all these dehydrated mushrooms in them.
Oh, that's good.
my God,
Okay,
so
I don't know where I
good.
put the print, but if you remember last time we did a print called Golakiri, and it was a giant lizard print, and the bottom there was all these little alien creatures, and so, you know, you guys were awesome. It sold out on the stream, and then like on a following stream on my own channel, I said let's take one of those little aliens at the bottom and kind of like design them a little further into like with a little more detail. And so we did on the stream with some of the input from the chat. We created a brand new alien species that we're going to use in the Takaro universe. And I actually said that they're going to be in the next print we do. So I incorporated them into this print. Now, before I show the art cam here, if my good friends behind the scenes would run that special video clip, that would be super cool right now. Because they're about to do it right now. It's about to get
Give
cool.
him a countdown. Give him
They're going to run it right now.
any second now.
Folks in the street. Oh. How cool is that? How cool is that, man? That is Virik Koros, the new villain character in the Takaro universe. As you know, we're not just making artwork here, you know, in a vacuum, in a void. all of these Takuro prints are related. They're building a world. They're showing you a little bit about where Takuro comes from and what's going on in that place. And shout out to Michael Aronson from Skybound who put that animation together.
Oh my God, they
artwork. So cool.
killed it.
He
So
also
good.
did the intro
Oh, to the
animation for our show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's
I love
amazing.
the last part of the
Oh,
animation where it goes. Who recorded that roar?
Yeah.
Was that you?
No, he had a. he had
It
an
was
own-
him.
How sick is that? I love that thing. Okay, so before we go to art cams, don't send me to art cam yet, but I just want to show you guys. Here is the carving, the linoleum carving of Virat Koros in one big shot here. So he's a big boy, and so yeah, he's our villainous character. This is the first appearance for all you comic book collectors and fans of comic books. And the stories that play out month to month, first appearances are a big thing. So in our world, if we're releasing and revealing this information print to print, this is the first appearance of a main character, huge character, Virat Koros. And let me see where that print is. I have it right here. Okay, let's go to. Oh, there you go. Show the print. There we go. Boom, there it is.
Ah, look at that.
So
oh,
I'm
look at that
super-
little stamp at the bottom
Yeah.
left.
So I'm super excited about that because, like I said, number one, this is the first appearance of a major villain in the universe. He's lording over the smaller alien race that we had invented and referenced in the Golakiri print. And, he's kind of like, he's there. He's showing up in the middle of their business. He's looking for a very important egg. And you can just imagine whose egg that is. And so they're, kind of like sacrificing themselves and really just, there's that one character off to the left who has the egg in his hand. He's going to flee with it, hopefully. But meanwhile, he's decimating these poor folks. We have to get a name for this alien race. We don't have it yet. But Virat Koros stands over them with that cool haunted mountain in the background, which is totally my tribute to Masters of the Universe box art. And I'm so excited with how it came out. This was a weird one for me to do something that's in the Takuro universe, but is not. It's a little darker, because Takuro's fun.
Yeah.
He's a good dude. But
But we have to get a villain in there.
you got to show the threat, right?
He's a good threat.
Yeah, so I'm excited because he definitely gives me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies when I look at him. Like he has like the exposed organs in the middle,
Right.
which to me is like a creepy, gross thing.
It's a very good alien thing
Yeah.
because exposed organs.
It's
ooh,
it's unsettling. No one
super-
wants to
and,
see that.
And not in any way humanoid at
No,
all.
get a tunic. You know what I'm
Wear
saying?
something over
If
that,
he was
please.
sympathetic to our plight,
But
he would
he's
wear no.
not.
So it's like in my mind, his like abdomen is like this clear, hard crystal, container for his organ. So it's not a total weak spot.
Oh, like so. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They're not just
Yeah.
hanging out.
Right.
And,
like a plexiglass over it.
Like an organic plexiglass.
yeah.
An alien plexiglass.
Sure, whatever.
And but then the other thing that I really wanted to include on this design was that big, like fat gullet under his chin.
Ooh,
that
I
I
love
just
that thing.
imagine if he talks and like yells and moves and walks weird, that thing kind of like sways like a turkey neck a little bit.
The concept sketches on that thing were so amazing. Did you
I
post
posted it. I
those?
posted on my
Yeah,
Instagram.
man. When I first saw those, I was like, "That's what you're doing for the alien." That blew my mind. 'cause
I love
looks
it.
So great in color. It looks outrageous.
Yeah, you guys can see it on my Instagram if you want to go. There's one of the last posts I did. You can see the sketch I did. So he's really tall. In my opinion, like humans would be like waist high to him, like the
I was
average
gonna
human.
ask, yeah, like how in proportion to Takuro, like
The average human would be taller than these little guys, but shorter probably by a third to Virat Koros.
Okay.
It's like maybe like a tall person comes up to one of those little eyes in his chest.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And so it'll make sense why he's even a threat to a giant like Takuro later when we get to it. But this is it. This is the first appearance, so I'm super stoked. Okay, let's go to a print. Let's make a print of Virat Koros.
Bosco edit says exposed organs equals flex.
Flex.
I agree. That is a major flex.
All right, so I am now going to do this print live. So those of you, oh, that looks good like
look at
that.
that shot.
That's a good camera, yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's what you get when you have pros behind the scenes.
Not me.
Shout out Ian, Brian, and the gang over there.
Am I a pro yet, or am I still an amateur?
Well, look, you're here on a
What's
professional.
between amateur and pro?
Promature?
A dabbler?
No, a dibbler.
A dibbler.
Dibbler
I
is
need
under
a
dabbler.
name.
No,
'Cause
you're,
it's not
you are.
intermediate.
No, listen to me. You are the engineer
Oh.
on the Attack Peter show.
That's it.
That's an engineer. That's a professional.
Oh, an
position.
engineer.
Engineer.
Oh, so I am a pro.
You're a professional.
I appreciate that.
This is an enterprise that
Thank
you know.
for.
No, listen, you've done
for
well.
considering
you
me
deserve
a pro.
it.
I do. I will.
You've earned it. This is a professional endeavor.
There was a lot of learning over the last year and a half.
Goods and services are exchanged for money, which is what
That's what a professional does.
That's it. And so you are involved in that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Because I really had no choice. It was either I was never going to become, well, first of all, I had no choice. But second of all, I had no choice because it's not like I was going to become the print master.
The print master.
I'm not going to do that.
Am I wearing pants? Yes, I am wearing pants. That's the question. I'm actually wearing khaki shorts. That is the question that just came in from my headphones, ladies and gentlemen. Peter, are you wearing pants?
Yes, he is.
Live. I'm wearing khaki shorts for the record.
I want to know who alerted them in the background and was like, listen, you have to ask him.
Can you imagine?
What if you weren't wearing pants?
Yeah, can you imagine like what just
I feel
what,
like
no, no.
after 2020, the amount of people who go on camera
I've never
for this type of thing without pants is really high.
Yeah, but please.
Because I feel like people have had time to figure
Those
out how to
people
do
are all-
that
no, those people
expertly.
Are maniacs.
They are.
Yeah, people walking around in their own house. Put your pants on. But I just imagine like the 15 seconds that just happened behind the scenes.
Right,
where
like,
oh
people
my God.
panicking, like, oh my God, I didn't
He's
put
not
on
wearing pants.
Oh my God, I
he's not
didn't
wearing
put on
pants. It's just I'm dressed for Miami, you guys.
It's really, really absurdly hot.
And I turn off the AC in my studio when I do these streams. So
Why?
Because the ink is
because
a
of the
little
ink.
more
The consistency
pliable.
is a little
Yeah.
nicer,
Mhm.
yeah.
Ian, Brian, am I wearing pants, bro?
Yeah, this should have been. Didn't you get the email that this was pants optional?
That's the new attack Peter hashtag. Are you wearing pants? Your pants look like skin just came into my ears right now.
I
Well,
mean, he's not wrong.
Let me see.
You
I
are-
shed my skin and make a nice
Your skin is very
pair of
khaki
shorts out of them.
colored.
Yeah, I am a khaki boy.
You're a khaki boy.
All right. Okay, now no one's gonna be here for a minute, and Gabby's gonna talk to you.
Okay.
Everybody, relax.
You're welcome,
I'll be right
everybody.
back.
You'll get to hear the dulcet tones of my voice for the next 5 minutes while he goes and prints. Todd says, I think it's socially acceptable to go pantless in Florida so long as the temperature is over 80. Yes, and also that happened a long time ago. It hasn't dropped under 90 degrees for, I want to say, over a month or two now. It's been absurdly hot. I mean, we're used to it, obviously, because we're Miami natives, and so the heat is not new to us, but it never feels great. It's not like we're like, yes, back to 95 degrees, our normal operating temperature. We just hide inside of our houses with the AC blasting for like 3 or 4 months until it finally cools down a bit in the winter. But, I mean, it's not 100% a pantsless party all over Miami. We still have to function like normal people. If only we could make it skirts. Everybody wears skirts, like tunics, like the Greeks did, or like the Romans.
Next time I'm doing the stream like from the pool with a bathing suit on.
That's an amazing idea.
And that's it.
But you have to print everything in the pool too.
Yeah.
Somehow you're gonna
It'll
have
be like
to
all
make it happen.
wet pulp.
Yeah.
All right.
The pool just turns black.
Go to Arkham. Conspiracy theorists in the back room, please. He's not wearing pants. And then I go to Arkham.
That
and
has
instead
to be.
of
We
peeling
need
the
to tell
print,
Raph, where are you? We need a new mug.
instead of peeling the print,
Is he
I
wearing
just,
pants? It says hashtag. Is Peter wearing pants?
That's gonna be the next shirt.
Yeah,
give me, please, folks in the
Art
back, give me
camos,
Arkham,
Art
please, for the love of God. This whole thing's gone off the rails.
God, yeah, for real.
Everyone's gonna quit. The sponsors are gonna quit. Everything's gonna quit.
Look, Todd has a good idea. We should do grass skirts over the summer.
That's it. Grass skirt.
Full
Okay.
grass skirt
I'm just
time.
gonna stay here, I guess.
Okay, no art cam for you. Just
All right,
show-
here we go.
No soup for you, no art cam for you.
We'll just have to.
Oh no, now you get art cam. Now everybody gets a really close-up version of this print. There you go. There you go. That's much better.
There we go. So yeah, I'll take you through a little tour here.
Don't drop the phone this
No.
time.
But so you can kind of see, like, I'm guiding the tour here. So yeah, here he is, Virkoros.
Wow. I like the tongue. It's good. That was a good addition.
You got to have a little tongue in there.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? We're adults now. And so the one of the things I pointed out when I was looking at this, because sometimes you do a design and you're not sure where you're pulling your ideas from. I was for sure channeling the big dragons in Willow the Ybor Sisk. If you guys don't remember the movie Willow, it's on Disney Plus. Go watch it. The dragons at the end called the Ybor Sisk, which were named after Siskel and Ebert because they were the film critics. But they have these big chicken gullets, and I've always wanted to incorporate that. And so I'm pretty sure I was thinking that in my subconscious when I put that in there. But yeah, so here's one of the guys I was talking about from the last print, from the Golakiri print. He's like a little fisherman, short little alien creature. He's got a little basket of these like cyclopean, I don't know, cephalopods. We're gonna have to come up with
that
them.
out.
Not
Remember
yet.
there was supposed to be a hole in the middle?
Yeah, it was a hole and an eye. Then so we're working on it. But so yeah, so he's like got his basket knocked loose, and all of them are falling down here. There's another one right there.
I like that you gave him the weird backwards knee legs.
That's one of the creepy things you got to include.
I know.
If someone's gonna be creepy, they have to have the weird knee leg thing. And I know
Do they do that for a lot of alien designs?
not a lot, but there are like for me the most important one is from the Charlie Sheen movie, The Arrival.
Okay.
And the aliens do that. Their legs go back.
In the movie Alien,
In the first, in the later ones, they do it up more. But the
like
first
the queen,
alien,
the alien queen,
Yeah,
does she
yeah,
have
yeah.
the backward knee too?
I think so. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an animal thing.
So it's
for
like a
sure.
normal, right?
And then the panned
Isn't
labyrinth.
that really from like grasshoppers?
It's from insects.
Insects legit have
and
backwards.
also all kinds of animals. All right, we got a 5-minute warning here. People,
All right, let's wrap it
listen
up.
to me. They said he's not gonna take his pants off. Let's just cut
No,
it
well,
out.
in the last 5
All right.
minutes, you can still take the pants off.
Okay, go
I'm
back
just
to
saying.
go back to one cam. All right, so folks, we're gonna put the link in the chat for Virat Koros, and you guys are gonna have your chance at a brand new first appearance character from the Takuro universe. We're building this, and it's really exciting to do that here with all of you. So good luck. We're putting the link in the chat. Let me see that link pop in there.
It'll be up in this.
And then you guys will be able to let us know if you get one. Let us know if it works out for you. I'm super excited for you to see that in person. I put a lot of work into these, making them, really interesting to look at over and over again. Repeat viewing. Sometimes you walk by something, and you're like, oh, I didn't even notice that the first time. And that's part of this for me, is to tell a little story in one image. So like a splash page of artwork. So.
And it's a great. I think that's a great.
Awesome. We just need the link for Virat Koros in the chat, and then we can wrap it up.
Yeah. I think that's a great way. It's like almost like his debutante
teams.
party.
Yeah.
Like he comes out already
In teams, let them know to put
in
the
teams.
link.
You got it. Yeah,
So,
I
yeah.
think that was a great way to show everybody who he is. He makes a statement coming out that way.
100%. Yeah, this is an exciting one. So let's see if we can get that link dropped in.
I mean, but also just if you have the link from the Shin Noodle drop, the print drop, you can just keep refreshing and you
Oh
see
yeah,
it pop up.
yeah. Keep
eventually.
refreshing
Yeah,
the store link, see if that works. And then
All right, we'll get that. We're gonna get that link out for
All right, should be
everybody
coming up, you
real
guys.
quick. But if you want to just keep refreshing the store, you should be able to see that.
Oh,
soon.
refresh the store. It's
There it
there.
is, it's
Landon
there.
Foster. Nobody sleep.
Nice.
Go, go, go.
Thank you,
I'm
guys.
gonna munch on this ramen right now.
This is the time.
And special thank you to our co-hosts. You guys always do a killer job here at Skybound Expo. So you really bring the hype, bring the excitement, and say such wonderful, wonderful
They're
things
so
about
kind
me.
to you.
Yeah,
You guys don't really need to be that nice to him. He's still gonna be here doing his job.
I know. Gabby's here like, bleh.
I know. I'm like, oh, real nice guy.
Yeah, because
sure.
after the expo, I'm gonna walk around, make a mess in the house.
No, you are a really nice guy, though,
Okay,
for
good,
real.
good, good.
It's true.
It's
It's
true.
true. I just don't like it when people compliment you.
Too much. Yes, compliment me more. There it is.
Let's see. Plus ones: Gio, Chris Weber, Ryan. Who else? Okay, MK, Adam, Adrian.
Thank you guys so
Adrian,
much.
Dead Kiriyama. Thank you guys so much. To Fleetwood. Man, lots of people picking up Virak, huh?
Appreciate it, you guys. This is going to be a big one. We're working towards a big Kickstarter Takuro Universe book series, and this is going to be in that. Each one's going to come stamped with a little orange T on it, and that's going to be published. You're buying artwork that's going to be published in a real, launch of this awesome universe. So it's exciting for that as well. And let me know, stay in touch with me online. I'm Attack Peter online, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Join the Facebook group.
Wherever you want to see his
What other
pantsless
things am I supposed
body.
to say? Yeah, go to the Skybound store. All our merch is there. It should be real fun. And stay tuned. There's a lot more coming tomorrow with Comics Vault Live. Sean Kirkham We're bringing the Battle Beast print, the Battle Beast comic cover variant for Invincible number 19, and just so much more. Thank you so much to Skybound for doing this, putting it together. Really appreciate it, and I love you guys. And I hope we can go out on that
Are
note.
you gonna go out eating more of those noodles?
Yes.
'Cause I feel like that's a good way to end this.
Yes.
Yeah. And maybe
Don't
I
do
think
that.
we're getting a couple of baby Takuro shots when we're out of here too.
Ah.
Yeah. Which we need to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's noodles all over the floor now, aren't
Mhm,
there?
mhm.
All over your pantsless body.
Yeah. I'm wearing pants, dang it.
Are you sure though?
All right, get us out of here. Ian
Bye,
and
guys.
crew. One terrible person ruined this whole stream.
No, you did good. You did good. We applaud you. Look,
Wait,
applause.
I'm still alive, aren't I?
Applause.
There you
That's
When the-
how we go out. You just eating noodles and
That's it.
applauding yourself for a job well done. Guys, seriously, this is the best stream we've ever done.
I challenge the next panel to eat noodles live. Pretty cool merch right there. Oh, we're still
It wouldn't be an Attack Peter
I
stream
thought we
if
were
it
live.
wasn't kind of a disaster towards at some point.
These are the shirt, the mug, the hoodie.
Definitely get the mug if you want to join the mug club.
That's right. Everyone's supposed to go to conventions when the conventions
you
open
can
up
bring
with
your
their mug. You
You
loop your
will-
belt through it.
We may or may not put anything in it.
There you go. Okay, I think that's it. I think now we're done.
There
now
it
we're
is.
done.
Okay, guys.
Okay, you guys. Put some music to play us out.
Sure, I got you.
There we go. And crank it. We can just dance our way out.
Yeah. Just don't show anybody your pantsless body if you dance around.
Wearing shorts.
My gosh, our friend is so talented.
Yes.
He's so good at what he does.
He's amazing. And again, so chill. It's so funny how relaxed and chill he is also as he's doing it. It's just like, it's so simple for him. And just his whole medium, that black print medium, I just find
Right.
fascinating because
Yes.
it's really, he's an illustrator, but he's also a sculptor. He's like carving, so it's incredible.
Mhm. Yes. Can we see that Shin Noodle Tiger again? Yes. That print. Honestly, anytime he drops something, what happened last time? It was sold out in 10 seconds. That is the power.
The Jaruma
of
one,
Attack
yes,
Peter.
yes, and the Takuro print is amazing as well. Ugh, I can't wait to get my hands on some of this stuff.
That
if any of it is left,
You're like pulling it up right now on your other
Again.
computer.
Yep.
I don't know. I forgot what fans are called, but this is the power of Peterites. I'm gonna call us Attack Peterites. That can make it. We can make the Skybound site go out of prints in 10 seconds. But I also do want to give a shout out to our friends at Nongshim. I love the Shin Noodle Tiger. I love the Shin Noodle Soup. They are what allowing us to have this expo right now. So I really love them for supporting artists, for supporting us and our team, and allowing us to get to geek out about all of these games and artwork. So we wouldn't be able to do that without them, and we're very grateful for them.
absolutely. And I won't be hungry this evening.
No.
or for a while.
I know. I'm gonna put my baking to aside for a little bit. Seriously, when you bake it, no one tells you that it takes like 30 minutes to like clean up everything. I don't know. They don't show that side on the Great British Bake Off.
They
So,
they don't.
This
Oh,
is
and
much
before
much
I
easier.
before I forget, don't forget to go to store.skybound.com for everything that we're trying, we're showing you today. You got to get there. You probably should keep the window open so that you can and refresh a lot so that you
Mhm.
can not miss out on any of the goodies.
Or be like me. And one of my favorite things to do is anytime at a con, and that's why we're having these expos, is because a lot of our cons are not still happening in person right now.
Mhm.
But what I do is I'll just buy stuff that I know I'm gonna gift to people. I don't even know who it is, but I'm just like, I know this will be good for a birthday, for my brother's, graduation. I'll just like pick up stuff. So that's what I'd be doing right now while it's available.
Yeah, I don't do that. I just buy it for me. I'm not, if you weren't there, sorry.
Or that too. Okay, but what is our panel that we have? This is our final panel of the day.
Yes. And oh my goodness, Rob Liefeld, who created
Mm-hmm.
Deadpool and X-Force, and he co-founded Image Comics. He is a friend of, oh wait, I was going to say Robert Kirkman, but he is now known as, what did we say? Papa Skybound?
He's Mr. Skybound.
Danny's dad.
No, our founding father, our fierce leader, who is also the whole reason that we get to do this and have such a cool, diverse cast of people on here and talking about our expo. But they are going to be talking about comic books, just creating now during this time, what they've been doing, what they've been working on. I also just love that they're such big fans of each other, and so it's always cool watching them talk. And then just like two huge icons of our industry just shooting the crap. Is that I don't know what the
it's just
family
really
friendly.
It's really hilarious though when you sit and we look at these two guys as, you know, giants of the of the industry of indie comics, Image Comics, Skybound, etc. But what's interesting about it is they've known each other so long that they don't look at each other that way. So it's really fun watching two friends just kind of chop it up and talk about what their faves are.
And their influences and their inspirations. And it's really cool to be like, oh, I'm also inspired by that. So we are 1 degree away from each other.
Exactly. So this is going to be a really interesting conversation because I actually haven't seen a Rob Liefeld live interview in a minute. So
yeah. And it's coming up right now.
Hey everybody, Robert Kirkman here. Welcome to the big Skybound Expo 2, Roman numeral 2, Skybound Expo II. Very excited. This is our big summertime expo. Thought we'd do something real fun here. I'm going to talk with my good friend Rob Liefeld. We're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. What are we going to talk about? I don't know what we're going to talk about. Rob, do you know what we're going to talk about? We're going to talk about all kinds of cool stuff. It's going to be great.
We find a way. I'm telling you, if we just recorded our phone conversations, which we're going to try and act like the camera's not on us, right? So
sure,
they're great. I think they're some of the all-time, like, they're great. So this is going to be great. We're going to talk
would get into a lot of trouble.
we would get in way more trouble nowadays. Yes.
But it would be more interesting.
Yeah, I agree. We are two thoughtful, insightful, accomplished Roberts. All right.
Also, I will say, two guys that love comics. And Rob, we've known each other for a long time, but the greatest gift that you give me as a friend is you refuel my enthusiasm for the medium of comics. If I'm ever down about what I'm doing, if the pressure of everything is becoming too much and I'm just like, why am I doing this? This is such hard work. I always just call up my buddy Rob and I'm like, let's have a conversation about comics. And then when I get off the phone, I'm like, man, this guy's jazzed. I'm jazzed. I'm punching the air. Like, your affection for this medium is infectious, and it keeps me going. I would have retired long ago if it wasn't for you. So if anybody out there enjoys my comics, you have to thank Rob for that.
Hey, and that's just going to offend so many people. But here's the deal. Here's the truth. Here's the truth of the matter. And really, you've absolutely hit on this. And as you've gotten older, I mean, we are coming up on knowing each other 20 years, 2 decades is a long time.
Yep.
And obviously, I've been doing this 34 years. You've been doing this 20 plus whatever years. 20.
The less said about that, the better.
No. It's honestly, man, I wear it as a badge. And here's what people understand. And I know they don't. It's if you understand this about the both of us in the best possible way, hopefully it'll really reignite what you're saying, that we both have a shared mutual passion. Robert, the great thing about you is you become a conversation piece wherever I go, no matter when, somehow, as I did on the 4th of July. I'm with my friends. A bunch of couples got together. We're kind of all empty nesters. There's not many kids left, but a couple of their young teens are with my two friends, and we are sitting down to have our 4th of July meal. And they said, hey, Rob, I want to share with you. My daughter and I, because his wife and his other daughter were gone for a week, he says, we decided to watch all this cool genre stuff that we haven't caught up on. And I introduced my daughter to The Walking Dead, and we're 3 seasons in. And they immediately started asking me all these questions and, Walking Dead, the comic, the spinoffs. And, Robert, people need to understand, I think I said to them, I think there's a total of 20 seasons of Walking Dead. If you combine Fear, I mean, you're doing 11, right? And then, Robert, I don't even know the name of the kid version. I know there's a kid zombie show.
Called The Walking Dead kid version. You've got it.
Okay. So, but here's what I'm telling you. People listening to us, I am fortunate enough to, without benefit of having 20 seasons of a TV show, I do not have to draw comics anymore. I don't have to produce another comic. I do it because I am passionate. Mr. Robert Kirkman here does not have to slave over his Word document and create new stories, but you do it and I do it because honestly, I'll tell you what it is. It's a disease. We are infected.
I was going to say it's a sickness.
Yes, it is. It is this weird sickness. Joy, my wife, and I were grabbing dinner last night, and she can see I'm so excited because I've been to the comic store. I've gotten comic books. I've gotten, more importantly, my own comic books. Not that I'm my biggest fan, which I am, but the thing is,
I love our own biggest fan. You're just louder about it than we are.
I love seeing the work complete because it means mission accomplished. On to the next. I delivered product, and I got into this to hold comic books in my hands, flip through them, look at them. I can't believe, honestly, with both your comics, we're going to get to I got your Skybound anthology series, Skybound X, that came out yesterday. And I just can't believe the quality of the printing, because as coloring and production values have become more detailed, intense, I can't believe how well the printing is holding some of this stuff. It's really like the production values across the board, pretty much for every company, have really, they've gone up.
To be honest, though, Marvel's paper is pretty thin.
No. Marvel's paper is thin. I'm not going to lie to you, but I hate to break it to you. I hadn't seen thin, cheap paper until I saw Shield #1. Oh, Archie, where did you buy this paper?
Okay, now it is like one of our phone calls.
Okay, Archie, where'd you get this paper? I'm like, I thought I knew what thin. So we got to let Marvel off the hook. Okay, and I had the time of my life producing the Shield. Okay, but when we're going to talk about paper quality, but the bottom line is that even on that paper quality, the color, the nuances, these colorists nowadays, these guys. And look, here's the deal. This gets back to something that we unite on, which is Image Comics. Yeah. We 100% Image Comics 30 years ago in a few months, 30-year anniversary. The biggest thing we did was invest in production values. And we absolutely, the way that Image Comics, the 6 partners at the time, the founders, we moved the needle was with that increased focus on production value. So like I said, whether it's Skybound X or whatever, this stuff they're beautiful. I cannot believe how great comics look nowadays. And so that's why I get excited, and my wife knows I'm excited, and I know you get excited when your books come out. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. So, yeah. It's when I'm most excited. I get to hold the thing in my hand and I'm like, hey, it's done. It looks great. It happened. This is cool. And it excites me to go on to the next one. Yeah. Back to your, the comment you're making about production values and everything. And, it was the Image guys when you guys founded the company, you guys increased paper stocks. You guys, decided to spend the money on the slick paper and the cool production value. You guys built giant computer generated color houses where everybody moved into computer coloring. The modern comic book colorist owes a debt of gratitude to the Image guys, because if you guys hadn't moved the industry to using the paper that we had that allowed comic fans to realize how important color actually is, we would have a much different industry right now.
I honestly, I don't know when it would have shifted, because as you know, because you're a historian on this stuff, you know, especially, you know, your image history, the other companies did not want to do it. If you only, I mean, Marvel would not move in that direction for the longest time. Whatever cost analysis they had run, neither was DC.
Oh yeah, it was the late 90s, early 2000s before they actually started using slick paper.
That's correct. And you know what? I didn't want to believe it back then, but for people who aren't up on the history of comics, because this is going back some 25, 26 years, this period is when Marvel bought Malibu in the Ultraverse stuff, I didn't want to believe it, but they really did. I've been told by guys that they bought it for the computer house. They did not, like, I took students from MIT and different guys from different like tech courses that didn't even really want to color, but they're like, no, I can figure this out for you. And suddenly we were up and running, and we were, you know, pushing the envelope. You had to break a few eggs and to make the color better. And certainly Oli Optics was the only color house that was kind of doing the most top notch. But we quickly were able to adapt and expand. So it's just a fun part of the whole history. But yeah, comics, I mean, when I was in the store yesterday, I was just amazed. Yesterday was a big day. The day we're recording this, you got Skybound X, you got a big X-Men book, you had a big Batman book, you got all your, I got Firepower, you did have a lot of books yesterday. Skybound showed strong. It's fun times, man. It's fun. It's like, there was a lot, and the retailers like, oh no, this was a big week. This is a big week. Those are the great weeks, because we know people show up for those weeks. They may only show up once a month, and it's for those big weeks to grab all this new stuff, because they definitely don't want to miss out. So it's just, I'm excited, man. We love comics. It's our sickness. It's our shared sickness, you know. 20 years
I
now.
think it's also a great year for comics, because coming out of the pandemic, as things start to quiet down, everybody is realizing the love for this medium that they always had. And a lot of people are coming back to comics, and, you know, all the publishers across the board would admit that, you know, sales are just, you know, going absolutely bonkers, and things are up across the board. And it's just a really, really positive time in comics, which I think is very exciting.
And as I was leaving, my retailer goes, Rob, I just can't believe how great this last year's been. He goes, I thought we were through. I thought when the pandemic came, we were going to close our doors. He goes, our sales are booming. And again, it's just like you said, you can find that nationally, globally. People rediscovered their love. You and I have talked about it. There is no one answer, but it's great. It's great. It's great that people are grabbing comic books, physical comic books. Check out that paper. Okay. So, so Robert, what about, I got to get into Skybound X first.
Sure.
So this revisits the imagined pitch that got the book greenlit when Valentino was kind of unsettled about doing Walking Dead. Is that right?
Kind of, but yeah, I mean, it's that imagined pitch was probably on my mind. So the origins of Rick Grimes 2000 are that in Walking Dead issue 3 or 4, you can go to the letters column, and there's a letter from a fan that came in that said, you know, the book's really good. You say it's the zombie movie that never ends. I'm really enjoying it, but I don't really see how this has legs to go on, you know, for any length of time. It seems like it would get kind of boring. It's just people surviving. I don't really get it. And it was kind of a funny letter, because it was like, we're on issue 3 and you think we're going to run out of gas? Like, come on, dude. Like, what are you doing? But I responded to the letter, and I said, yeah, you know, like, we're eventually going to run out of ideas here. And, you know, that'll probably happen around issue 75. But, you know, even though we're all out of ideas, we're going to keep going. And on issue 75, I'm going to introduce aliens, and we're going to just completely like throw caution to the wind and do all kinds of nutty stuff. And it's going to be great. And when I wrote that response, you know, I was definitely hearkening back to the initial pitch where Image didn't, you know, necessarily want to publish a zombie book. And I lied and said, hey, there's going to be aliens in it, which is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Told many times that Jim Valentino does not enjoy.
Jim, I love you, Jim Valentino.
He's the best.
You need to face up to the fact that if they had to backdoor this as an alien book, that's what they did. Okay. And that's what I've always understood. And that's why I dig this. It's the alt universe of The Walking Dead. That's how I see it.
So I didn't think we would ever actually make it to issue 75. And so then when we did, I remembered that letter and I was like, wouldn't it be funny if as a gag, we did a backup in issue 75 where we made it look like the book was transitioning into aliens. And so some of those pages that's in that first chapter, and Ryan and I have expanded it quite a bit, were actually printed in the back of issue 75 of Walking Dead. But that story's never been reprinted. And at the time, we actually had people that, contacted me and were like, hey, I think you might have ruined Walking Dead. Why are you doing this alien plot? But again, it was all just a gag. But that's been sitting around. We've never reprinted that story. And as we were coming up on our 10th anniversary to do this big Skybound X celebration, I thought it would be cool. I love working with Ryan. Haven't gotten to work with Ryan a lot since Invincible wrapped up. And I thought it would be a fun project for us to return to and expand into something that, was bigger, more substantial, a more complete story, because it was definitely a very brief tease of a story in the back of Walking Dead 75. And so that's how we've transformed this massive thing into Rick Grimes 2000, which is just a small part of all the awesomeness that is coming at you in the form of Skybound X.
So you're confirming this gets initial further chapters, because I can see in the back, the cover for next issue, they're back at it.
Oh yeah, there is a chapter of Rick Grimes 2000 in every issue of Skybound X. So it is all issues have Rick Grimes 2000 in them.
And yeah. So in here we have Manifest Destiny, we got Ultra Mega, we got Clementine. So it's all, look, man, I miss a good anthology, whether it's heavy metal or people forget Marvel Comics did a heavy metal knockoff in the late 70s called Epic Magazine. And that's really where I got to know Mobius. I had never seen Mobius before. I mean, again, Marvel was a gateway drug for a lot. Richard Corbin, Arthur Soydam, before he was the king of zombies. Because I don't know if you know this, but Arthur Soydam is the king of zombies. Slight nod of the cap to the ridiculousness of that.
Love those
anyway, but dude, I'm going to tell you, I love Ultra Mega. Ultra Mega is
the best comic book being published right now. And if you're not reading Ultra Mega, you are not experiencing the true greatness that can be achieved in comics. James Herron is just like blowing my mind on that book. It is amazing.
He's amazing. I'm with you. You've worked with James Herron now and Murder Falcon guy, who I am.
Daniel Warren Johnson.
These two guys are the most.
He does answer to Murder Falcon guy though.
Yeah. Hey, Murder Falcon guy. Hey, look, I got him. I prompted it. You finished it. That's how this is working. He gets the blurb. We're promoting.
I know you would have gotten there.
So the bottom line is, these guys are doing great work. They're they remind me of the artist writers, and I understand I'm talking to an accomplished award-winning writer right now, but my jam has always been the artist writer. Okay.
Oh look, comic book writers suck. Like,
you don't suck.
But I do a little bit. I mean, every now and then I get a little hooked on my own words, and you'll be flipping through a comic of mine, and you'll be like, "Wait a minute, this is a bunch of heads with a bunch of word balloons on here. This is kind of dull." You don't get that a lot from the writer-artist. I think writer-artist comics are better, cooler. Like, I think there should be more of them. I think that Daniel Warren Johnson and James Herron are hopefully an emerging breed with, guys like Scotty Young who have gone into, writing their own stories. Sean Murphy, another good example of an artist recently that is kind of taken his power. These guys take the power as an artist. I think more comic book artists should recognize the power that they have, that they drive this medium, and they should kick more writers to the curb and do their own stories. There's always going to be enough artists to go around. I think writers shouldn't be scared of writer artists. I wholeheartedly support any artist I am working with to be like, all right, dude, next project, doing it on my own, not going to work with you. Then I get to find new people to work with. I think it's a good symbiotic relationship. But writer artists are the lifeblood of this industry that, bring the coolest projects. Your Walt Simonsons, your Frank Millers, your Rob Liefelds, your Eric Larsons, even Todd McFarlane, pretty interesting writer. But yeah.
No, I mean, look, and again, Jack Kirby, who I think probably produced the most. I mean, literally, I think people are coming around to his 70s era too, as I've completely pivoted away. But that Jack Kirby 70s era, which is all of the Fourth World, then his return to Marvel in 76, all that stuff, Machine Man, Devil Dinosaur, it's genius work. It is totally ahead of its time. But look, the reason that I'm always comfortable talking to you about it, and always have been, because like you've said, you're not threatened, but we've had really deep discussions about page turns, cliffhangers, use of visuals. You think very visually. I am looking on my board here, reaching up. It's always here. You did a sketch for the Infinite, cover that I drew from this.
What an essential cover layout. It's a dude holding a gun. That was really necessary for you.
You know what? It's cropped at the thighs. It's a tight crop. Look, man, I have another one over on the other side. I just love when writers, people have shown me the signings that we did for the Infinite back then. Not the Mark Wahlberg film, people. The cool comic that we did. You were doing sketches for people, and I remember that day. You were doing head sketches. You were drawing like again. Most writers also, like yourself. I know Jeff Johns. You guys can draw. You just didn't push it to the next level. And when I mean push, it's hard. It hurts. It hurts to develop and go further. And I think there's a lot of guys who are capable. You are so to do this interview. All of the interviews I've been doing for the last year, I prop my computer up on an omnibus because omnibuses are the best platforms to lift the computer. This is on the DC Comics Who's Who omnibus. And as I flip through it, dude, Marv Wolfman drew an entry in here. Mark Grunwald, like writers can draw, like they can draw. It's fun when they draw. But again, you look, man, bottom line, Skybound X, super cool. Didn't know it was going to be in this square-bound format. Totally turned me on.
It's a prestigious book.
It's prestige format brought in by Frank Miller. And then after that, everything they thought, well, if we can just square bound it like Dark Knight, it'll sell like Dark Knight. Yeah,
everyone always takes the wrong lessons from things.
They do. They want the quickest, easiest route. They want the quickest, easiest path to the success. So what, Robert? How is Firepower? That is my favorite new book you're doing, and I'm really into it. I got the new issue. What was your inspiration for Firepower?
My inspiration for Firepower, frankly, was that I love martial arts stories. I think martial arts is a untapped medium, similar to the way that zombies were kind of an untapped medium when Walking Dead came out, specifically in comics. There's not a lot of martial arts comics out there, but as I was thinking about like delving into the martial arts space, I also was thinking about my love of video games and things like that, and I was like, I don't see a lot of martial arts things where people are throwing fireballs left and right. There's some animes here and there and things like that, but there definitely should be more of that. And so I kind of built the entire series around this concept of people throwing fireballs and how cool that is and why that's a thing that's not being done more often. And also it was I've wanted to work with Chris Samnee for a long time. I think every writer in comics has hit Chris Samnee up and hey, can we do this, can we do that, when are you leaving Marvel, what's going on? And I had definitely been in frequent contact with him, trying to see when various contracts were up and when he'd be free to work on something. And he had contacted me and said, hey, my contract's up and I'm thinking about doing some creator-owned work, and you've asked in the past, and you're still interested. And once I realized he was available, I wanted to come up with something that was kind of tailor-made for him, just because he has this really great visual language. He does movement really well. His action sequences are absolutely spectacular. His gestures, like everything, the way his pages flow. He can do really, really complicated and intense action, like on paper, in a way that a lot of comic book artists struggle.
Correct. Agree. No.
So I wanted to come up with something that was really kinetic and really action-packed, that would really show off his ability in a cool way.
And you do. I was just going to tell you, you cue him up and give him that space, because you're right. I mean, I think he's probably the best storyteller in comics right now. Like you look at every single shot and go, that's the absolute right shot for that panel. And that's like, there are very few guys you go, I mean, Frank Miller at his peak, you're like, he didn't pick a wrong shot on this page. Every shot moves, there's motion, there's movement. And again, queuing him up, like you said, with action choreography, he's fantastic. I mean, he's one of the literally not only best storytellers now, but he's one of like, he'll go down as one of the best storytellers in the last 30, 40 years. You guys are a great team. It's a cool book, man.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm going to tell you, it's just funny because when I got in to comics in my youth, and I did an entire podcast, I think called, and again, man, like I had to apologize last week again and again, or queue up. I'm holding my G.I. Joe that I grew up with, and I say, this is the one with the Kung Fu grip.
Yeah.
And it says on the burp, Kung Fu grip. But, now you don't know what's race appropriation. What did I just step in? Oh my gosh. Is martial arts enough of a blanket? But I call my podcast, Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting, because that was a giant song that was coming out at the time. And that is peak Bruce Lee. And people my age, I got genuinely confused because there was a Bruce Lee and a Bruce Lee. Like, there were knockoff Bruce Lees. After he died, there were lookalikes, and they were hired to do like knockoff, but Marvel jumped right in. Shang-Chi, Iron Fist, Sons of the Tiger, White Tiger, the Daughters of the Dragon. That was an exciting time. Martial arts was booming. And then, and the great time, the reason for that was they were throwing everything against the wall, because, man, if it was making money down in the cinema, Marvel would try it. Let's do a comic. Let's do 5. We're not as, the reason I'm in love with that era and why I love Firepower is because it harkens back to that. Because there's not a template. There was no template for you right now that said, hey man, martial arts comic, path to success, clear path to success. You were like, no, you just wanted to do this. That's where your interests lie. And that's where that, again, I love that I don't know if people know that Firepower started with a graphic novel, which was basically 100 plus pages, right?
Like 150 pages. Yeah.
And what an entry point. I mean, Robert, I'm gonna tell you, several times in the last year, I get that out just to get juiced, to get juiced to draw. It's such a fun entry into the world, into the character, into the cast of characters. I'm a huge fan. Like I said, man, I think I don't have to pretend that I like your writing, and people should understand. Like, when I met you, I flipped out. And at that point, I think I'm in comics. I think I've been in comics 14, 15 years. And I just want to give a refresher. I did not know your Battle Pope work. You were like, you don't know Battle Pope? I'm like, never heard of it, buddy. Like, sorry, that is not carried at my local store. But I heard about Invincible. I saw it. I saw the ads for that new superhero line. And I've always said this, I'll say it again and again. I love saying it because you and Corey Walker landed completely formed. Like, Corey had a definitive style. There's a lot of guys who search for their style their whole career, and you can still see them looking for it. And Corey's like, oh, I get it. And everything past that first issue that Corey's done has just been building on that base style, the way he looks at the world, his stylistic, and then you and your epic storytelling. And it was cool because I think I met you in Chicago was it 2004?
Yeah, it had to be 2000. I mean, I feel like
2003. Yeah, it is actually, no, it's 2003. That's when Youngblood Bloodsport was out. Yeah. And like I said, man, it was just so.
I remember Lakers phone case and Sex in the City ringtone. Those are the distinctive.
I love Sex in the City. I love Sex in the City. Okay, I will unapologetically. I love saying it too because people go, "What?" Man, Carrie Bradshaw is my spirit animal. I love her. I love Sex in the City. I do not care that they're not bringing back Samantha, by the way. Who cares? Okay.
But comic fans have not lived until you've been out to dinner with Rob Liefeld for the first time in your life after look, I worshiping you, like growing up, reading comics, oh God, this is the dude. And you're sitting at dinner and then the Sex and the City theme song not only starts playing on your phone, but you start doing that dance that you're doing right now and I'm just like,
so great. And Robert, we also saw SWAT that night, right? We saw the SWAT movie.
We did.
People forget that Jeremy Renner is in SWAT as the bad guy, but no, and SWAT was my favorite TV show when I was growing up. There's no way in the world you knew that at the time. I'm sure you never saw an episode. SWAT was, it was the first time I'm like, wait, what do you mean I'm not getting a season 3 of SWAT? Like, it was 2 seasons and gone, and my favorite crime fighters were gone. So that whole weekend was, oh man, I look back on that. It was so fun, but But dude, and then that's when you told me that you had a new kind of zombie book coming out, and I told you, full stop, I had never seen any zombie anything. And on your recommendation, I went back, I watched all the zombie movies on record, the original Romero stuff, and oh my gosh, I'm like, what have I been missing out on? But again, Walking Dead, I tell everybody, and this is getting back to that conversation on 4th of July. It's like, yeah, he writes it like a Western, because they're like, it's such a great show. Oh my gosh. And when Shane, and I'm like, Shane? Oh crap, that was 11 years ago. That's John Bernthal. Like, I got to go. They're early. First 3 seasons. Yeah. That's a long time. And now I'm like, okay, so my son became a Walking Dead fan on his own through the TV show. And now my friends' kids are. So it's like, dude, this is just going to grow and expand. And like I said, dude, all from your head. And so we kind of found a mutual kind of, I mean, we like a lot of the same stuff, and it's been fun. And it is funny. I think the industry has changed not only since I got in, but since you got in. It's not the same world that Robert Kirkman broke into, and you were 15 years after me. What do you think is a giant signature change in the world of comic books right now, as opposed to when you broke in?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that it's a lot easier to, I mean, easier, I guess. I don't know. This question is just going to get us in trouble. We're just, okay. We're going to sound
let's be safe. We're going to be safe.
But no, it seems like it is a lot easier to do different things now, which I think is really exciting.
I agree.
Like when I did a zombie comic in 2003, it was like, the famous story, Jim Valentino was 100% right to be like, you want to do what? Like, zombie comics aren't successful. Like, why would you do this? Like, it was very difficult to get that picked up. Now it's crazy. Like, you can do almost anything. If you look at Image's line in the early 2000s, it was, a bunch of eclectic stuff, but it was.
Dude, you're hitting on this. I can't believe you're getting to this, because I was going to come in with this right now, that we don't give Valentino. I want to actually, because I've known Jim a very long time, and I want to give some insight into why I believe, having never discussed this with him, why he was kind of maybe scared of that. And you're about to say it, and I'm going to say it. It's better if I say it. I'm not a partner. The early 2000s of Image was a bunch of porn comics, like soft titty comics. Here we go. And no. Like, now I understand that they were trying to pay the bills, but the truth of the fact is, this is shorthand. This is shorthand. Are you serious? Okay, look.
No, keep going.
So Rob Liefeld and his Extreme Studios is long gone. Jim Lee and Wildstorm is long gone. Todd is not.
And this was the Bad Girl era, when anything bad girls, like, just absolutely Wizard days. Yeah.
I'm a bullshit. It's way past the peak of the Bad Girl era. The Bad Girl era has peaked, and now we're in the dregs. We're going to call it the dregs. And even I was like, I can't believe what they're grabbing and putting out. And I think Valentino, having taken over for, was it Larry Martyr? He took over for Larry because Larry went to work for Todd. Yeah. I think Valentino wanted to class up the joint. I think, and what he did is he started making safe. He was just trying to protect, like, I'm trying to navigate us out of there. And he didn't know what a perfect vehicle Walking Dead and its zombie, because again, it's not a zombie book. It's a Western book. Dude, that's it. My friends asked me, do you know why they don't say the word zombie on Walking Dead? And I said, yes. He doesn't want to say the word zombie. That's why they're called walkers. And it's a Western. You're watching a post-apocalyptic Western. And that's why it works. And my childhood, you don't understand, the Virginian, Bonanza, Alias Smith and Jones, the Rifleman with Chuck Connors. And you're like, what are you talking about?
I think that's the gem that'll come from this conversation. Like, because we've talked about this in private, but we'll go ahead and say this out loud. It's Westerns was the dominating genre for 50 years, 60 years. Like, it was absolutely crazy just how important that was to entertainment, between, comic books and serials, novels and TV shows and movies. Like, Westerns, crazy. And then Westerns just died.
Yep.
But the appeal of the Western is still there. And the secret to pop culture these days, I think the best examples of this are The Walking Dead and possibly The Mandalorian, is it's a Western, but it's not a Western. So it's like you take all of the tropes and everything that is popular of the Western genre and you just adapt it into something else. And oftentimes that ends up being successful because you're taking the core aspects of this well-worn genre that has this a massive history and massive appeal, and you're just kind of filtering it through something else to hide the cowboys that people don't seem to want anymore.
I mean, Mandalorian season 2, episode 1 with Timothy Oliphant. He's coming into a Western town to take care of their problem and team up. It could have been a town of miners, and there was a monster in the mine shaft. I mean, it was such. Look, Favreau grew up. He's exactly my age. We watched the Virginian, Big Valley, Rifleman, all of these huge Westerns, and it's like you said. It's when you can get. Nothing again said Western, but I can see why Valentino was cautious. I can see in his mind. And again, you survived him. You outlasted, you outplayed, and Walking Dead blew up, and it's fantastic. And Robert, I'm going to tell you, dude, you understand the cultural impact of Walking Dead is going to last another 20 years. It is a group of people were raised on it. It's their youth. And they're going to be nostalgic for it even more so in the years to come. You have no idea. I'm going to tell you, dude, at the comic store yesterday, your second Prince came out, the Dave Finch covers, all the faces. Yeah. Oh, I was like, did they understand how great these would look on the racks? I mean, they are visible 20 feet away. Boom, boom, boom. These amazing, tight face shots. Amazing. I'm just so impressed.
I've gone on record with how much I love giant drawings of heads. You can't go wrong.
You know what? The guy,
it's awesome.
I'm going to tell you, the guy that was doing it before any of us at Image, it was the one kind of, because I'll say his name, Mark Silvestri. He leaned over to me, first year Image, and told me that he had studied Youngblood 1, X-Force. He says, I'm on to you, man. And that was frightening because when I go, the best artist in the business is now gonna tell me that he's learned the page design layout that kind of Todd, myself, Eric Larson are employing. Like, look out if he can start pulling this off. And he pulled out a few, like the first 6 pages of Cyberforce, and I was like, oh my gosh, he's figured it out. He's doing it. His work is loud. He's increased the volume. And the thing about Mark that stood out to me, whether it was in Cyberforce or later in The Darkness or in Hunter Killer, nobody does the big fit. Everybody from Top Cow learned to do the big heads from him. Dude, he would draw it. And sometimes I was like, does he just want to get through this deadline? And he's like, I'll just draw a big face, three quarters of the page, giant face. And they're beautiful, they're handsome, they're chiseled. It could be a female, it could be a man. And of course, seeing Finch pull that off, because I know he learned at Mark's, feet. He literally got like a crash course in comic books from the best in the business, at least in my peer group, in my opinion. So yeah, those covers, dude, like I said, really nice stuff. Really nice stuff. You got an audience listening to this. I'm bottled up in my house too much. When I get out to a comic store, I have not been in a comic store. I had not been in a comic store in probably 2 months. So it was a transformative experience for me, and seeing all the new stuff. And again, the paper stocks and those heads are so, man, good call. Nice call.
Awesome. Well, look, we got Skybound X. That's 10th anniversary. Are you celebrating an anniversary of your own here soon? I think, don't you have back-to-back anniversaries this year and next?
Robert, you are so kind. Well, so I've been having a great time. I've been, whether it's the 30th anniversary of Deadpool, the 30th anniversary of X-Force, and I'm going to tell you, man, and you and I've talked about this, but going into 1992 is the 30th anniversary of Image Comics, and which obviously you sit at the table as a partner at the helm of the most important table in comics, and from my vantage point, because people don't understand how Image shook the rafters. We didn't expect it. We were there. We saw how it shook. We were covered in some of the dust because the ceiling shook. So I mean, it was such a transformative time that nobody could have seen coming. And it really was just getting back to what we started, guys following their passion. But I'm also passionate, again, anything I've created, I'm passionate about. So doing 30 covers for Deadpool across 30 issues has been a blast. Each one, right now I have Deadpool Kazar on my table. Like, and so it's Deadpool Kazar Zabu. I'm like, this is cool. On what planet would I ever have time to fit in a Deadpool Kazar Zabu cover? I mean, like image, but now it's on a cover. And no, X-Force, thanks for asking, man. X-Force 30th. I'm really excited. Marvel, I'm doing this one shot. It'll be out later in the fall. But I mean, that honestly is just going to queue up what I believe. And you know, this is something I've told you again and again. I believe Image's 30th anniversary, it represents a giant moment in so many kids' lives. So there's an art show here in Los Angeles. It's twice a year. And the most they've ever gotten is 20, 25 people, like literally. I love these guys. These original art collectors. There's 4 of them. They bring their wares and they kind of play to a very niche market. Well, so it was 2 weeks ago, a week ago last Sunday, and or whenever this is airing, it was a week ago. And I show up at 10 a.m. and there's already 100 people in this room that can barely hold 80. It's swollen with people. I mean, and I had people coming up and telling me, hey, Liefeld. Guy goes, hey, my name's Warren. Hey, my name's Jonathan. Hey, my name's Paul. I just want to let you know I'm 38. My first comic of yours is boom. I bought your, I had guys going, Captain America #1, Heroes Reborn launched my comic book. I mean, I was getting all levels of like, I'm old. And also, thank you, Marvel. It is also the 25th anniversary of Heroes Reborn, but I'm not sure we're celebrating that. So the thing is, they're so excited to, and I believe all the people were there because they just wanted to talk comics. The tribes want to get back together. They're showing up at a comic book show just to talk to fellow comic book fans, because not all of them were looking through art, and most of them even said, oh, I can't afford this stuff in this room. I just wanted to come and talk comics with people. But the stuff on their minds, man, is their youth, and you know how I feel about my youth, and I know how you feel about yours. We've talked,
so far behind me at this point.
Oh, yeah, come on. If people saw your Transformers collection, I tell everybody, your collection of Transformers, I mean, holy crap, and semi G.I. Joe. But
it's pretty dumb. It's pretty dumb. I got a lot of dumb stuff.
Those are some cool toys. And see, that was right after I was a kid. So that was your youth.
Yeah.
And we all really glamorize it. And I'm telling you, I just think Image Comics is set for a big, giant moment that I know everybody's got some special stuff. I'm going to surprise some people, hopefully. But I mean, it's going to be a fun time. I'm super excited. It's 30 years is a big deal. It's a big deal.
Absolutely. Yeah. 30 years of this, 10 years of that. We're all just celebrating the notches in our belt as we march into oblivion. I don't know. Look, I wanted to wrap this up by just saying one more. I wanted to bring this up though. You're just like you're such a big part of my life. I love you so much. I have my detractors. You have your detractors. These people just don't understand. They just don't understand how much enthusiasm you have, how much love you have. It makes me mad anytime I see someone, like, oh, this Rob Liefeld, this, and I get it. I get it on the Walking Dead side of things. Like, who does this guy think he is? This show sucks now, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, we're just two guys that are living our dream and having fun. It's the best. It's the best. And I think if people just knew that it came from such a place of love, they would just get behind us and celebrate the things that we do instead of, I'm going to say jealousy instead of being jealous.
Yeah.
I'll just throw that out there.
It's, Robert, it's so weird, and really what it is weird. And I honestly believe, I've told you many times, not only did my favorite basketball player, he took my heart and soul, and you've known me a long time. You know how much I love Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
But I couldn't believe that a player that was achieving what he achieved and could do what he did on the court and had his athleticism and his skill and his instincts and just sheer talent. And people jumped on him and started piling on him and crapping on him early in his career. It's totally not cool to revisit that with anybody, anyone who, there are guys who I still follow on Twitter, sports writers that made it their life's work for a decade strong, because they came in about 7 years into Kobe's career. They wanted to tear him down all the time. Here's everything he didn't do good. They created new metrics to tell you why you were wasting your time thinking he was great. Literally, why Kobe Bryant isn't great. And I think I was able to see through, like, man, it happens in every field that somebody becomes a target. And the one thing Kobe and I had that in common more than anything, and I think you do too, is you're young. Your success came when you were young.
Yeah.
When your biggest breaks and people who are striving to have what you have, they resent it. And the bottom line is, and you know what, we're both mentally tough, very mentally tough. Like I tell somebody, oh, you're going to make fun of me? Cool. That's never going to be my dad in a coma for 9 months. So nice try. That was a nice try. You just tried to insult me, but that kind of bounced off of me, because that's not going to do it. That doesn't do it. Like, I've been through real life trauma as a kid, and that's not going to do it. So you don't like my work, or somebody who doesn't like your work or insults you. I found you surround yourself with people who wish you well. And it really comes down to people who do not wish you well and people who wish you well. And I love you too, man. You know, I'm such a fan. And your instincts are crazy great. It's one of the things I love watching you. I love watching Robert, the player in the business, make his power moves, drop comics out of nowhere. Oh, hi, boom, here's a comic you never heard of. Like, here's Kill, Kill, Kill. Is that I got that right? It's not Die, Die, Die.
Die, die, die.
I was so close.
Okay.
That was 4 years ago. Was that 4 years ago?
I have no idea. 4 years ago, I think so, yeah.
Nobody does that stuff. And I know, and you know, and I'm telling you, there are publishers who, when that happened, went, can you believe what this Kirkman's doing? Who drops a comic book out of nowhere into people's, oh, hi, everyone. You've got a comic, and you've got a comic, and you've got 60 copies, and you've got 60 copies. It's crazy. You are an innovator as well as being a talented guy. And it's because the one thing we do is we love comics. We love comic books. So I think that's what will always unite us. And you know, because we love these crazy comics. We love the comic books. We love them. Robert, I loved hanging with you, man. I hope somebody can make some sense out of the gibberish that I spewed here today, but it was all in good fun.
No, absolutely great. Great talking to you. I'll call you on the phone after we're done, and we'll chat for another hour or two.
All right, buddy.
But yeah, this is great. Skybound X, Snake Eyes, X-Force 30th anniversary. It's going to be awesome. Very excited. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Woohoo.
Dude, I could have listened to those guys talk all day.
I know. It's so interesting. I guess we're not the only people who deal with trolls, huh?
Oh, yo. I mean, for real. But I also love the Venn diagram of like comics and sports, and just like, we contain multitudes.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, that was fascinating. It's so also interesting how much like Liefeld's work and Kirkman's work overlap. It's fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like, I agree about the trolls stuff. I feel sometimes, I don't know, if you ever see me, actually I did deactivate Twitter for 10 days and people literally acted like I had passed away.
No,
People
I
were
know,
like,
I remember.
oh yeah. People were like thinking of her right now during this difficult time. And I was like, no, I just don't want to be on here. What? I didn't realize that we were like so tied to social media.
Yeah, we really
crazy.
are.
Yeah. But it was so great. It's so great listening to Robert and Rob, our two R's, geeking out about, you know, each other and all of their inspirations. So, and talking about real life stuff. I mean, I feel like that's always necessary.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and you know what? And in the break, you were mentioning that King of the Hill link. I think it's hilarious.
Yes. Robert, I need answers on this. Okay. So I know in King of the Hill, Bobby Hill is like reading an Invincible knockoff comic book. And is this or is this not Bobby Hill?
She blew my mind with that. It's like he was a grown-up Bobby Hill.
I said, you cannot tell me that this is not a grown-up Bobby. This is him. Yeah. I need direct answers, please. I know that you know the secret to all of this, but I feel like I feel
No, I can't
the
unsee
animated
it.
version looks a little bit different than, yeah, I was like, I feel like because they did a nod to Invincible, that Invincible's doing a nod to them. So
Mhm.
I would like two of our animated icons bowing to each a little paying tribute to each other.
And the comics were out around ish the same
Mhm.
time the show was, so
They were, yeah.
We need answers. We need answers. But speaking of comics, if you are
Great
new,
segue.
if you are new to Skybound Comics, the starter pack that they have available, these are great affordable ways to get into some really great comics. And if you're not used to Skybound, or if you're not even used to comics, you can get like entire stories here. And again, you got to scan the QR code or head to store.skybound.com to get your hands on these, along with everything else. I, for one, will tell you that Gasolina is very good. So if you're looking to check a good comic, you should check that out.
See, again, I was like, if you're trying to get your friend into comics, but you were like, no, none for friends. None for my friends.
My
You were
friends
like,
can
"No,
visit,
just
they
for
can read
me."
mine, but they can't stay.
Wow, they can visit. I think it'd be really cool. My friends actually, when they do, I do this too, like with shows that I want, if I'm like, no, you have to watch it. You have to. I will literally sit down and watch it with them. And my friends are the same way about comics. Sometimes they're like, no, you have to get in this comic. They will literally like give it to me. They will literally
You know
like
what?
hand
Hector's
it.
like that.
He is.
Hector, who was on the show last time, he is like that. He also will sit down with you and make sure that you watch every episode. Like when he found out that I'd never read Invincible before the show, he was like, okay.
But he's also such, I mean, we obviously love Hector here, and he's such a great nerd in that when he finds out that you don't know about something, he gets excited. He's not like, what, you've never read that? He's just like, oh my gosh, you're going to love it. Let me get you, let me tell you where to start.
Yep.
So he's the best. That's how you should be when you're super passionate about something.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm joking. I share with my friends. I just don't buy them things.
Okay. Okay. Well, here are more things that you don't need to buy them and can buy for yourself. We actually have all of the our product drops that were for our expo specifically
Today.
Right here.
Oh, look at that pin.
Yes. It was really funny. I was reading this off in the break and you were like, oh, I thought you were just saying that about yourself.
I did. I thought you were just stating a point of fact. I did not realize this was a pin because I wasn't looking up.
This is, I tweeted last year at Pride and I said, during Pride, I must speak my truth. Every bisexual is a descendant of vampires. And everybody was like, shh, stop telling them our secrets. So we are immortal. We are queer and we are immortal. But also, yes, Kim Joy's our magic bakery. Again, the Adam Eve box, I think that's going really quickly right now. If we still have some, make sure you put that check out immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Keep that window open. Like I said, the store window, because store.skybound.com. And if you scan that QR code, that's literally the only way you can get a hold of this stuff. This is not being sold past today, and this is almost over. So hurry.
Yes.
Hurry.
Yes. And tomorrow, you get to see our sweet faces again tomorrow. What are you excited about that's on our slate?
I am actually excited about the Schmodown. There is a new movie trivia Schmodown. It's Rushmore versus Final Exam. And it's so funny. I've been invited. I'm too terrified to go on the Schmodown, but I would love to. I love watching it. It's so much fun.
I've hosted a couple of theirs. I've hosted a couple of the Schmodowns. So
it's fun. It's just terrifying.
Yeah, my memory is not that great.
How about you? What are you excited for tomorrow?
I always love Big Clutch. He's another member of the family that I feel like is always so positive and giving away a lot of stuff to people all the time. So I love Big Clutch, but of course also I'm excited about the Invincible panel. I mean, that was just such a crazy show and just like completely, blew up everywhere, just was seeing it all over the place. Even people that weren't necessarily into animation or into comics, it was just like all over my timeline all year. So people really took to that. And I made a couple of memes or so about it on my timeline. So yes.
If you did not get enough today, which you shouldn't have, because there's so much more tomorrow, you got to tune back in at 10 a.m. Pacific for the second day of Skybound Expo 2, fueled by Nongshim Shin Noodle. Thank you again to our illustrious sponsors. Yes, thank you.
We are the best models.
See, we're amazing.
Vogue.
Somebody's gonna take these screenshots and they're like, we're gonna end up in our own billboard.
We will
somewhere.
have our own billboards. Yes, and then they'll make tote bags out of our faces. Perfect. Full circle.
Oh, that's mildly terrifying. Okay.
We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Just act on your spicy instinct.